on YouTube in just a moment. We'll get into this and continue on. Alright, so I do understand, like, the mixing of games does the whole thing. I think that's the last save? Sure. Alright, so with all that, for those who haven't seen this game before, it is another, like, settlement builder, colony builder style game. The big thing about it, it is based on, like, medieval times and all that kind of stuff, so instead of having, like, sci-fi laser weapons and robots and all that, or, you know, rifles and all that, instead you got bow and pointy stick and sword and shield kind of stuff, like early game Rimworld. But you do a lot. Yeah, this is the right save. Alright, but you do set up farms that you have, like, seeds you have to grow, so you don't just get free seeds and all that. Oh, let's close the dev console because this is the experimental build, so there's all that. But you do actually have Z layers and all that, so we do dig up and down, so you'll see that I am slowly tunneling down to build a moat around here. This is just where we left off in our last one. We're still relatively early. I've got a couple of houses built. I've got a storage room built. I've got a production room built. Got a couple of sheep. We got some farms back here and over here and some tree farms over there. I'm going to start making a quarry over here. And then I'm going to make a place to keep my food underground so it lasts longer over there. And at some point I'm going to start building a castle and all that. But we are building a moat and all that. But it is one of these types of games that... I don't even see where my fast forward is. There we go. It is one of these games that, you know, it does have literal depth to it. What was the button for going up and down? There we go. Like, I can go down here and you'll see, like, it slowly tunnels down. I can look deeper and deeper. So I can actually make underground tunnels to go mining. So, like, this is the bottom. And each tick, you know, goes up a tile. So it's got what? Technically, it's got 32 depth because every half step is some depth. So you can go like 16 up, 16 down kind of thing. Again, half steps. But yeah, so you do actually like dig up the dirt, move it around and all that. So it's pretty fun. It is earlier access. I wouldn't say it is quite as fleshed out as Rimworld is, but you know, Rimworld is a released game versus this is early access. Rimworld's been around for 10, 12 years or whatever it is now, and this is, what, 5? Maybe? And this would be comparing against, like, Rimworld's, like, pre-release, beta, alpha, whatever you want to say. The things I'm working on in the game right now is I do have 5 people, and I only have 4 houses. I want to build another house up here. Over here, I want to dig into the ground, and then start making it stone brick to make a cellar. So that'll be the intention over there. I want to get a... You can see where I have the little outline here where I want to build a moat around the property. So that should allow me to then flood it and make it a natural barrier to force my enemies to come across the river a bit more. The game does have the concept of if I put my stuff higher up on the on mountains and all that, I have more range. So elevation can be really good for defensive considerations. And you can build up, like, you know, sprawling villages, giant castles. If we look at the tile size, the tiles are pretty big. So you can see there, the tile's a decent size. It's not quite as big as a tile in Rimworld, but it's also not far from. And then when you consider we have the vertical to consider, I would actually say there's more play space in this, while it technically is less area. That said, I do think between the two games, Rimworld is the more fleshed out, more complete, however you want to phrase it, game. But if you're wondering if it's like Rimworld, a lot of this UI will look very similar. So we have like the work schedule, we have our jobs, we have like, you know, our assignments and all that. This which is where like the wildlife and all that's a bit different. This is actually what places the game's a little bit farther behind. But they also had it where we could just, you know, search for resources better than the other one. Yeah, I mean, you can get tacos if you really want tacos. There's always tacos. Okay, so we got new research available. I can do Tech 2 research. We can add defensive structures, which are just better traps. We can smelt ore. We can get cartography, which I don't really know what does. We have fletching. I'm gonna go with research 2. So research 2 is giving us a bigger research table. Let's have them take apart the old one, build a new one. Oh, yeah, no, actually, the the comment about cannibalism, that actually has nothing to do with TikTok or its moderation. It's very genuinely when I play games, like it's one thing when you play RimWorld, but like I'll play games completely unrelated to it and still get a ton of cannibalism jokes because RimWorld. And it got to the point I was actually getting really tired of it. And I didn't want to just go into automod and just say like automod people for it. So it was one of those things where like, you know what? I'm really kind of tired of the jokes and I'm tired of talking about being tired of the jokes. Because, you know, you understand people come in, they crack a joke at something that's normal in that community or whatever, that's fine. So what I ended up doing is I set up the bot so that the bot would actually go through and replace, you know, like cannibalism and like very, you know, similar terms with tacos. To just basically kind of tackle that where I don't have to worry about it anymore. But no, it was because it was like literally every single stream. Like literally every single stream. I was dealing with it. And it didn't matter what I was playing or whatever. It was every single stream. And I was just like, I'm so tired of this. My comment was like, if you've ever had that one friend who just doesn't let a joke go, like that friend, you know, you're 20-something years old and they're still saying your mom jokes. It was that. We were like, you know, once upon a time that was funny, but now I'm just really tired. Okay, so we've got our better research bench coming in. That's fine, whatever. I can't quite make out the way I'm supposed to be sitting at that table. Which, for the record, we still have that, and I've been... If it was one of those things that was like a more common occurrence, like so far as more people were doing it, I'd say something about it. But I have debated adding more stuff to the queue, as it were. See, I wanted to add a table or a chair, but I guess it's just not how that works. No seat for you. But yeah, and like I said, it's not even that like the jokes themselves were a problem or anything like that. It was just the frequency of them. You know, as well as things I started to realize it was distracting me on stream. It was like it was affecting the quality of the stream because it was, you know, not getting me bent out of shape, but it was, you know, just a distraction. And so I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna nip this in the bud. So I set up the bot to do it because I felt the bot was a way of doing it where it wasn't like a big deal. You know, because if people were getting auto-modded hard, you know, some people, like, you get auto-modded hard, like, once or twice, and they'll just try and talk around the auto-mod. And then I have to ask them to not talk around the auto-mod, and just, you know, there's obviously it's been manually added to auto-mod for a reason. And so just, like, nip all of that in the bud. I made it so it's very clear that I've set up the bot to change the word to taco as just kind of a fun gag. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I realized, like, it's a mechanic of games. Like, that's the thing, is I got the thing set up, and then I immediately started playing Kenshi, where one of the factions is literally called Cannibals. Which is, honestly, it's been a lot of fun, because, you know, I'll fight them, it's like, oh no, it's the tacos. Yeah, sometimes you just need a little tacoism in your life. Crunchy versus Softshell Nation. So, low-key, I would be on both sides of that fence. If I'm going to some place like for a pretty low-rated taco, like, you know, you're talking a pretty subpar taco. Like, it's still a taco, so it's still good. But, you know, you've got like a good taco, and then you've got like, all right, this is a pretty just kind of like alright taco. It's gonna be a soft shell, because I found poorly made hard shell tacos are pretty terrible. But soft shell taco, it's like a great, like a not so particularly great taco. The low bar on the soft shell taco I feel is not as low a bar as the hard shell taco. Now if I'm going someplace that does good tacos, like really good tacos, give me the hard shell taco. Like, all day, every day. Because, like, there's definitely places I've gone that, like, you get... you get a really solid one. Wrap versus soft shell taco is a matter of filling? Yeah. But yeah, so that's, Hey, we are in autumn. Autumn blustered and the crisp mornings, cooler days. It was a season to prepare for winter, tailoring warm clothing, and stocking up on food supplies. Cool. Corn or flour? Again, I feel like that depends. Like, that depends more like, are you having a beef taco, al pastor, chicken, carnitas? Generally, if we're talking hard shell, I'm probably going to get corn. If we're talking soft shell, I'm probably going to get flour. But even then, it depends. I also feel like that's another one that, like, flour tortillas are very, like, neutral. They're always at least okay. But I also feel like corn tortillas are one of those ones that can be really good or really kind of crap. Like, there's a wider range on those ones as well. Because, like, I've had some corn tortillas that are uncomfortably chewy, which are just like, what is this terrible shell? Versus, you know, a good one. Should have some proper crunch. Remind me of some delicious blue corn taquitos you had once? Yeah. Usually when they're like the bluish one, I want to say that's usually black bean. Yeah, mill in town that makes blue cornmeal? Yeah. You actually had blue grits this morning? Well, that sounds interesting. I'm really kind of hoping I don't have to get up there and cut down that tree to then mine that down. I think I will, but I'm hoping I won't. So I'm trying to do right now is I am trying to just get all of this done One of the things we're going to run into is I'm probably... How much wood do I have laying around here? I probably need a lot of wood. But I probably am getting a lot of wood from cutting all these trees down. And the reason I'm probably going to need a lot of wood is for firewood for the winter. But at the moment, I don't have it in here. A lone traveler, a rangy hawker, empties their pockets, spreading the selection of ointments and linen cloth on the ground. I buy and sell things that I take my fancy on the road, they say with a crooked smile. Take a look if you like. At which point, we snuck up behind them in the night, and now we have a bunch of extra linens and ointments. And no one will ever know. All right. So with that, we did finally clear the area for the next house. Oh, do I make that our brick? We don't have brick going yet. For right now, we'll keep the houses consistent on what they're made out of. But we are going to want to quarry a lot of brick and switch over to brick. So we can go and choose our materials and all that. So you're going to build all that, and then we can take one of these beds and toss it over. Kill him? I won't actually kill him, but that is the thing. Okay, so who is our best social person? So you have 2 speechcraft, 19, so Illicit's looking pretty good. Illicit NZ it is. So go ahead and talk to them. Alright, so what do we got going on here so far as that's them, this is us. We already have some apple seeds. We're already growing beets. We already have cabbage seeds, we already have carrot seeds. We do not have flax seeds. Alright, what do I want to give you in return for that? Because right now, I've got a tiny bit of money. Deal. So with that, I'm going to need another grow zone. So let's go ahead and get that sorted out. So we'll say this, but flax. Okay. Because that's a plant we weren't already growing. Yeah, so I've got that to go. And then once they dig this air, like these out, I'm gonna start turning around to make the cellar we're gonna use down here. It's a dumping stockpile. Alright, and at the moment we got 3 people equipped with weapons and all that. This poor warehouse is so incredibly full of stuff. Which is another reason I want to get the cellar done, is I can get the cellar, we can start putting our food into it, and it'll last longer. And food-wise, I've got tons of food at the moment. And then pretty soon when we get in winter, I'm sure I'm going to have to add the fires to each of these rooms, which there's all that. Yeah, so because I've got more stuff being planted and all that, now it's going to take a little while for them to get all this other stuff done. I need them to do that first before they do the under spot, because then they won't be able to reach it. Alright. I also don't know how we get up there. Cabbage is rotted. That's not surprising. Alright. Yep, so we got our crops going. We're getting our house built, so that'll be good. We can actually show the roofs here. Yeah, so you can see that they're putting on the roofs. So we got wood roofs on all these ones. These ones are not straw, thatch. Alright. Okay, so that room is done. Now we'll take this bed and we'll relocate it in here. And that means every single person here has a room of their own. They'll tell them to close all their windows. Cool. I was complaining I don't have enough beds because I'm in the middle of moving it. That's fine. Alright, so everyone has their own bedroom now, so that's good news. And removing all sorts of rot and all sorts of that stuff. Still got those two there. Yeah, and this is going to be our quarry, by the way. Because there's limestone, there's copper, there's gold, there's a bunch of stuff here. So we're going to dig that down, and we'll just keep digging down as much as we have to. I'll probably also want to go through here, and it'll surround us with, like, proper walls over time. We're just not there yet. But it's got these fun ones that you can do, like, these really elaborate bases and all that, because you have depth to it. And we do get the occasional attack and all that. And it's just like RimWorld where you draft them, you position them, you have ranged and melee and all that. And deal with all those things. We do have dangerous animals that are running around here. Like you got a couple of foxes that are running around and attacking other animals and all that. They also have traits just like RimWorld where you'll have some people who run faster and some people who are not violent and all that kind of stuff. Okay, I believe I'll need both of those to clear that, so we'll just build some staircase to get up there in the short term. Alright. I'm so close to being on this queue of the digging deeper. I just need these 2 blocks gone. Those blocks won't be in the way because I'll make it around like that big. We'll take it up most of that space, but not all of it. Honestly, I could even do a thing where I make it like this, and then put a little bit over there. Yeah, I will. Just so it's not another rectangle building, we'll give it like a little bit of a not quite, you know, square rectangle kind of shape. Cool, again, that all sorted out. And once that's done, I can get rid of the ramp here. Little by little. And we also do have, like, the regular events, like RimWorld, where they'll be like, oh no, some person's here and they're demand help. And you could just, like, slam the door in their face and say no. Or have them join, but then, you know, maybe you get attacked or whatever. Alright. And every little bit they mine, that'll be good. Okay, so we are getting a little bit of limestone now, which is good, because it does mean I should start getting limestone brick. So I can stop using wood. So like I said, we'll probably put this, we'll dig this down here, more than likely I'll line it with limestone, even though it is dirt around it, so it should be fine. Also, just for my own purposes, surround it with limestone brick. Once I get the limestone brick, we'll have a stairwell that goes down into it. Well, I mean, we'll probably have a stairwell earlier, but we'll get the stairwell that goes down into it kind of thing. So we can go into the cellar. We'll build the next floor on top of it. You know, just kind of work through it that way. There's just so much junk in that storage. The good news, we got all those shelves for food only. They're just continuing to cut down all the trees we've got growing here. Okay, so with that, take apart those steps. They're not needed anymore. I gotta dig that out, and I'll have to dig this out, and then we can go back in later and clean up all that. Because I'll get this whole chunk of rock out of the corner so I can use that space easier. And then later on, maybe I'll smooth this out up here and have, like, a watchtower kind of keep thing that goes into the like, into the area that, like, oversees the river. Give my archers a lot of range as things try and work their way along the river. I could also just as easily, like, have this be where the wall is and just have, like, again, up here on the ledge, have the tower for the archers just rain arrows down. And this one also has the concept of, instead of just you're growing, like you planted your crop and then they grow and you harvest them, you can choose to get them when they're harvestable, when they're flowering, or when they're seeding. And so that's basically choosing, do I want this to give me more seeds or more, like, food out of it? Because there is the concept of seeds that you do have to have seeds to plant your crops, which is why you see only the one row of radishes here. Is that's what I'm currently doing, is trying to get all that. They also make it so when, like, food rots away, it just doesn't vanish. It becomes another material. So we have, we can actually have piles of, like, rotten meat or whatever. But also some of it, like, you can actually ferment stuff poorly by just leaving it, leaving it out there. You get, like, a very not great fermented, apples or whatever. Finally, you're over here digging. Come on, just give me those 2 blocks. It's fine. I'm not upset, you're upset. Yeah, dubious rotten fruit drink. Well, that's there's always a talk where it's like, who was the first person who came up with the idea of like grabbing a basket full of like grains and then letting it ferment and then drinking it? Or, the many other things fermenting. And the answer with some of that stuff is like some stuff ends up fermenting naturally. Like apples, you throw a bunch of apples into a barrel, and as long as it's not really poorly handled, you can get it to ferment into something at least still consumable. Not that it would suggest just going out and then getting a bunch of apples and just, being like, hey, the streamer said I could still potentially not die from eating it. How would you like your apples? Consumable. You know what? Sometimes the low bar is the correct bar. A group of animals has arrived. Pheasants. That's fine. Yeah, once we dig enough out of this, like, along here... Actually, so cancel that tile for just a moment. Once we dig enough here, I'll put the, Actually, do I want to put it over there? Yeah, so this tile stays. This tile stays. We'll put the stairwell over here. That way I can make a main entrance here. You go over, you go down, then you're in the cellar. But for right now, they got digging to do. They got oh so much digging to do. I'm also curious because the last time I played this, if you've ever played Oxygen Non-Included where people trap themselves and get themselves killed, like you have to babysit them and be very careful and meticulous about the order you do stuff, just to prevent them from killing themselves. This game does that too. I am hoping that's resolved. Alright. Yeah, then this whole bottom area is going to be an underground cellar. It'll also be fun because I can make this into a quarry that we, like, go around and you can go, like, many layers deep and then make tunnels sideways and all that underneath things. So you can just, like, look for the limestone and mine all that. Which I believe you already have mined. That's not you. Don't I have a place where I'm doing limestone? Oh yeah, it's in here. Yeah, so actually, Donkey Duff is making limestone brick a moment ago. How do I like my apples? Not Red Delicious, because it's a lie. Red Delicious are among the worst apples there are. If you want a solid, disappointing apple, Red Delicious is as mid as apples get. They are marketing. Whether it's like Granny Smith or Fuji or Ambrosia or whatever your preferences are. All of them better than Red Delicious. Red Delicious you use for animal feed. And everyone is just mining away. Don't you do what I think you're about to do, JD. Okay, you're fine. You're digging that tile. I'm watching you. Anything that has to tell you it's good isn't exactly. Like, if you have to put, like, a real concentrated effort to be like, yo, I'm actually not bad, you'll be like, hang on. It does make me wonder, as your group grows, how much faster things can get moving. Yes, that's all going okay, that's all going okay. We just basically just gotta wait on them to dig. All our other projects are already projecting. I don't know if this is smart enough that it will stop trying to plant and grow stuff when the season comes to an end. I honestly haven't... I just don't remember. That said, these are about to be good for harvesting. And these don't have a flowering, it's just a growing and harvestable state. But if we look over here, I do have a giant mountain of cabbage seeds and a couple of extra carrot seeds. My big goal is honestly to try and just get seeds out of these as well as some food. So that way I've got a stockpile of that. You know, just seeds just ready. Okay. So as soon as JD finishes that piece... we'll get our stairwell down. And we can start trying to get all this sorted out. Donkey Duff gamed the perk swigger. Love you the stream. Keep him up. Thanks, you Rancher. I appreciate that. I missed who that was that gained swigger. Was it Donkey Duff? What is swigger? I don't see swigger. Oh, there it is. Swigger. It's thirsty work. Donkey Duff likes to drink on the job, and it makes him work faster. That's... don't operate heavy equipment. Like, if you're drawing or something, sure, whatever. If you're working the mines, maybe don't drink on the job. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. You can live it how you'd like. But, oh, don't waste my limestone. But I'm also suggesting that mayhaps you... screen don't go black, thank you. Just for a moment it lost track of its input. Mayhaps you not consume that. No drinking a job while handling sharp objects. That too. Don't you do it, JD. I'm watching you. Exactly. So if I did not intervene, JD would finish mining this tile and find themselves trapped on this tile, unable to move or do anything. So we're going to draft JD, tell them to stop it, and then let them free. Favorite ice cream flavor? I do like myself some mint chocolate chip. That said, when you're out and about and you get like some more exotic options, you know, certainly, I'm down to try some new interesting stuff. Like low key, I found there was a place I went to that had, it was, I believe, olive oil ice cream, and you might sit there and go, what the? But very genuinely, it was actually pretty good. And to be clear, where it said olive oil ice cream, it was mostly vanilla, but it was like just had a touch of olive oil that just gave it a little bit of a taste. It was actually pretty good. Let's see. Ascend to spices on the breeze. Proceed to the arrival of a merchant caravan, lifting the spirits of Hillsville inhabitants. Did it bring furs, cloth, the tiding of a wider world? I have so much to offer you, good people, the mercer cried. Come, let's make a deal. Let's see, doors have the same issue with mining channeling. It'll cause cave-ins if you aren't careful. Yeah. Like, that's definitely one of those things. Like, I get that kind of thing where you sit there and you just like clear this entire floor. I'm like, well, right, okay, that's gonna absolutely backfire at some point. But, you know, that's fine. Alright, so merchants should be arriving shortly. Let's barter with them. Okay, so we already have apple saplings. Clay brick. Fermenting mash, we already have our flaxseed. We can get some like bone armor and all that. Well, I'm actually not interested in what do you have. In Dwarf Fortress, I would mine a single strip through, so this is Panther, so a single strip through the middle of an area first, and extend the channel one width in each direction at a time. So like 521, it would take 3 separate work orders. Yeah, garlic ice cream, I could see that. For me, the one of just like AI killing myself in games was for the longest time with RimWorld, when you would get the you get like build the monument event or whatever, and at build the monument, that's all fine, and it would finish and be like, okay, time to tear down the monument. Say, okay, tear down the monument, and then the roof would collapse and kill whoever was taking it down, and you're like, oh my god, please. Very clearly, I made a standalone building. Whatever. So nowadays, I just like, the moment I do is like zone, no roof. Don't build a roof on this thing. I don't want to deal with it. No roof. Okay, anchovy ice cream. I don't know if I could get down with that one. Balsamic vinegar, I could actually see working for ice cream. Just a touch. All right. So working on that, we're not getting much done for our quarry, but that's okay. The moat is coming along little by little. Never had kimchi ice cream before either. Has to be ready for harvesting there. I feel like I'd have a problem getting behind any type of ice cream that's like a green, so like cabbage, lettuce, kale. That I'm not sure I could get on board with. At least I'd want it to be something that's like either like sweet, maybe sour, something like that. But leafy greens ice cream, I don't know. You know, you could deal with that type of spicy ice cream. I could see it. Like, I could see a spicy ice cream. Like, probably not like a really spicy ice cream, but like something, you know, like there's types of cinnamon that are mildly spicy and all that. I could definitely see that kind of thing. Like, I don't think you'd want to try, you know, Carolina Reaper habanero ice cream or something. But I could see, like, you know, a pinch of cayenne kind of thing. It would probably be like, I could see it with like chocolate ice cream, for example. Chocolate and cayenne actually go together reasonably well. Oh, and for the record, we are in the experimental branch. For every once in a while you see like debug messages appear, that's just bugs in the experimental branch. We're not running any mods or anything like that. Yeah, sriracha ice cream exists? Yeah, exactly. I could see sriracha. Where it's not, like, particularly spicy, but it's a little spicy. Just like a little pinch. I like where it's like, okay, you've made rough wine. I'm like, I don't know what rough wine is, but it sounds like a bad time. Rough wine sounds like mild desperation wine. Rough wine, medieval version of prison wine. Yeah, no, that's the rough wine is basically where you make mash or whatever, you know, stuff you would turn into wine, and it's just in a barrel and you just didn't properly finish the process. It's still fermented, but you know, not in the way you intended. There was a whole thing about when they went down to the Titanic wreckage, the ship, the Titanic that sank. They actually were able to recover like still closed bottles of champagne. And for the most part, they left them sealed because this might surprise you, but sitting on the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean is not like for 70, 80 years. Not really the best means of storing your booze. It's really not an ideal environment for long-term champagne storage. But they did pull up several bottles of that, so they actually did uncork one bottle just to see what it was like. I understand it was basically like a really bad vinegar. A really bad and mildly salt-watered vinegar because a cork is not actually fully sealed. It does breathe back and forwards a little bit. And they're like, yep, that's terrible. Don't open the others. It's more interesting knowing that's the original contents. But you know, for science, we had to know. We had to know. Yeah, and if you ever get to go into there's a couple Titanic museums. There's one in Vegas. There's one in Orlando, and there's one in there's four of them. There's one in what was the port that that it's in Ireland. It's the port that the Titanic was built in. There's a museum there, and then there's a museum. I can't remember if it's London where they have the I believe it's the Normatic. But it's like, they're all the ones. If you ever get a chance to see those, they're really good. I would say, very biasedly, the one in Orlando is the most impressive, because the one in Vegas are very much like get you through. They like, you're not getting a guided tour, you're not getting this crap. Here's some artifacts you look at, you get out. I haven't been to the one in Ireland, and I haven't been to the one in I can't remember if it's London or where it is, where the Normatic is, which is just like a littler boat that they took ships to or people to and from the Titanic. But the thing that's really cool about the one in Orlando is, instead of just the boat, like, the boat sank, here's a bunch of artifacts, they actually kind of walk you through, like, just all the different things that led to it. Everything from, they had, the way the boats communicated at the time was called a Marconi, which is, a precursor for modern day radio. And that the operators who worked the Marconi were paid by the passenger message. It was about $84 of modern day money for 10 words. So if you really wanted to send that text, it was about $84. Let's see, Safe Haven. A sighted pale halting figure near the perimeter Hillsdale. As she approached, it became clear that Leisha had been bleeding from a deep gash and needed rest. It was for honor, Leisha gasped. What was your respite? Welcome them. So they are punch drunk. She loves the cold air, and she's as strong as an ox. Okay, but before I worry about too much, who's our actual best medical person? I don't even remember. Luxray. Alright, Luxray, you're gonna drop what you're doing and make sure this person doesn't die. You enjoy this game so far? Yeah, I enjoy it. And I'll name the character here in a minute. I'm just gonna wait to make sure they actually get tended and not do the die. And once that's sorted out, we will, we'll make sure that they have a place. But yeah, so it's like the whole thing where they had the radio, and so what ended up happening was they only get paid by the message, and the Marconi broke. Are you actually bandaged? No, you're not. Please make them not bleed from their body. There we go. Okay. But yeah, so, like, the Marconi broke. And so, basically, they're on this boat, and it had instructions like, don't try and fix it, get it back, fix it when it's back at port. And needless to say, that means they're basically on this boat, and they're not going to get paid hardly a thing. So they work all night, they, like, pull a bunch of all-nighters, and they fix this Marconi. And so what ends up happening is they get this giant backlog of messages they got to work through, and the other ships around them are basically going, hey, we see ice in the water, hey, like, the wind's really bad here. Like, they're giving information like that kind of thing. And finally, because the person's, like, they're working on this backlog, they finally sent a message back to their ship, and they're like, shut up. So the guy got pissed off and turned off his radio and went to bed. Exactly 1 hour before the Titanic struck the iceberg. So that didn't go out well for them, because that was the closest ship to respond. And it was just kind of like the ridiculous number of, like, 1 billion steps that, like, the disaster would have been way less awful if any one of these, like, little one-off events didn't happen. Because, like, that's like, you'll have people be like, hey, if the Titanic was around right today, like, just plop, it's the Titanic. It's not a new modern version of it. It's, like, literally the same boat. Would you sail on it? And first, the answer is no, because by modern standards, it would be terrible. But it has nothing to do with it sinking, because you look at the events it went through, and you're like, Nah, that was only that bad because that entire ridiculous list of events all fell into place, and just one like happenstance after another happenstance after a mistake after a happenstance after a mistake after a mistake are what made it that bad. It's a really fascinating thing. It's a thing I have interest in, obviously. Or like originally it was supposed to have all the lifeboats, but then, you know, the press is like, if your ship's so safe, why do you have to have so many more lifeboats than you're required? So it was like literally public view is the reason they had so few lifeboats. Is because people were like, what are you trying to hide? Like, what's wrong with your ship that you need all those lifeboats? And so they actually like went back and changed the design to not have all the extra lifeboats. And so you're like, literally it was like marketing was the reason they had left lifeboats. It's an interesting one to read up on. Okay, so we're starting to get our flax as well. I'm hoping, because if I remember correct, like, flax, literally you're harvesting the seeds, if I remember correctly. Like, most, if I remember correctly, that's how most grains work, is you're basically getting the seed. Yeah, so we got flax seed piles. And then they have linen cloth as... Okay, apparently when you take flax, I didn't know this, apparently when you take flax and you harvest it, you just instantly get, like, a roll of fabric. That's obviously not how that works. Can you imagine being the guy saying they need less lifeboats, and then everyone does? Oh, that's like how many of the people involved in that whole thing that you know, they made calls and a disaster happened, and like how like for the rest of their lives it was so difficult for them because it was like inconsolable. And then you also had people who actually didn't do anything wrong who took, you know, caught blame. Like it's a whole thing. Let's see. Load up here, cheapish. Can I come inside? There are these bards I want to avoid. Worried by wordplay and loot practice, Loda gave performers a bad review. I just want a bit of peace and quiet, she explained. Would you grant Loda entry? It may come at a price. Let's see. The inhabitants decided to help her. So she will join us, and she's really good at tailoring. And we will be possibly attacked expect a possible attack in a couple of days of 1 fierce marauder, 4 marauders, and 2 archers. Oh, and you, of course, are also injured. And mildly concussed. Excellent. I do love me a mild concussion. Concussion? Speaking of which, let's go to you and get that sword. So Q, draw. And it'll be Nighthead Lord. I believe this here. And then let's go ahead and get the next one. Q, draw. And that'll be... And do I have that spelled correctly? Yes. Cool. Alright, so we want to get them patched up. And we would like to get them armed. I also need another bed. The game is suddenly like, how would you like people? And it's like, yes, I would. Going into the winter, it should be fine. I don't see what could possibly go wrong. Meanwhile, we need to go schedules, leisure time for everyone. Jobs. So you want to hunt. Yeah, we'll have you tailor. And that should be good there. And then Keonachik, let's see. You can grow and harvest things. You can also cook. So you're a better cook than our current cooks for the most part. Yeah, because 8, 18. So you're going to be my cook because you're way better at it. Oh, actually, but you're also really good at plants. That's fine. All right, so we've got all them set up. You haven't been back since this update before the water update. How's the pathing these days? So far, it's been pretty good. We did have one character who did try to trap themselves, but generally it's been pretty fine. Meanwhile, we have 2 people who aren't. Well, actually, do that. So grab yourself a bow. Yeah, same. You're curious to see. Yeah. So far, I haven't had too much problems, but we'll see where we go with it. At the moment, we're getting ready to give ourselves a not great attack, and we will see what we can do to take advantage of the situation. Settler wounds need tending. Why do you have an... Oh, it's probably just the same injury opened up. And Keonachik is on their way. Alright. So we are starting to get more people. I'm actually curious, like, as you get more and more people, how it handles some of this stuff. Because I could definitely see this UI very quickly maxing out. All right. So I've almost got the basement sorted. Moat is still a work in progress. And I've got it set for them to make clothes, and we are getting flax and all that. Our storage is overrun, and we're trying to fix that now, but it's just taking time. Sellers are suffering from cold. I figured that was coming. I just didn't know when. So we'll need the clay braziers to avoid freezing to death and getting our hypothermia and all that. It's supposed to be autumn, moderate temperature, and it's 1.7 degrees Celsius outside. Moderate my foot. Literally 0. It went to 0 Celsius outside a moment ago. That tells me it's not at all moderate. That is freezing. That is straight up winter. Like, don't get me wrong, in autumn you'll dip into, like, depending where you are, you'll dip into below freezing temperatures for like just a little bit here and there. So search parties are imminent. A violent extortionist, the beard Cambridge. The bard began to tell an archingly beautiful saga of broken promises, a fugitive, an oath, hair flowing, eyes closed. His fingers ran over the sharp hop, an ethereal music sweetening the enchantment. You would let Keonachik come away, would you not? Spellbound, you nonetheless had to choose. Okay, so basically, if we fight back, then we gain a mood bonus, but then we have to fight. If we give up Keonachik, then they just take them away, and we deal with that. Oh, and we took a minus 100 alignment towards them. Okay. Alright, so let's grab everyone. So we do have a choke point up here we can run to. So my hope is to draw them up to the choke point. Oh, they could just run right past there. That's not how I was expecting that to work. Reposition to that spot. Okay, that guy just broke my shield. I don't know, there's a ramp over there. Okay, 5 sworn enemies died during the fight. Keonachik was the bravest of the settler, dealing the most blows to the foe. Keonachik Took the most damage from the enemy, thinking only of defending the Hillsville with honor and need. Luxray blocked the most hits. It should be recorded. Okay. So undraft them, let them run around, take care of all their stuff. We will also allow all of this. Alright. Go tell your friends. We don't take kindly to this. A mild concussion that is serious. Okay. So it looks like they lost health, but they didn't actually take any, like, injuries that need to be dealt with in any meaningful way. We are working on... Well, actually, the wolves are eating the dead bodies. But we are going to work on a bunch of stuff. Ooh. A Barachi. So, hey, you with the spear. Give me that. Because the sturdy one. You get a flimsy hatchet, so we'll take the sturdy spear. And I keep complaining about the cold. We are getting a bunch of the fires and all that made. But do we tame wolves? No, we did not. We have not approached taming the wolves at all. It's just there's a whole bunch of edible corpses up there, and you know, they're doing their thing. It'll probably be fine for them to get a taste for human flesh. I can't imagine that ending badly. And they're occasionally processing a body. The taste of tacos. Exactly. And we've almost got the cellar area dug out. Well, it's been known with Taco Bell meat is it's mostly corn filler. Which, don't get me wrong, some people treat that like that's like big nefarious secret or whatever. It's like, well, no, it's just corn filler. It's not nefarious, it's just cheap. That said, I did love Taco Bell having to update their marketing in certain places to not call them beef tacos, but to call them beef-y tacos. Because there wasn't enough beef in their beef tacos. That amused me greatly. And like I said, it's nothing nefarious. It's corn filler. It's just... It's corn. It's just corn and extra seasoning. Hey, they're smoking a bunch of meat. Excellent. They're still tasty. Yeah, and that was there's been a whole thing between a couple of other creators that are friends of this channel that there's one who is like Taco Bell is super mid, the other one Taco Bell is really good. I'm like, okay, hear me out. Don't get me wrong, if we're talking from a quality standpoint, Taco Bell is pretty rough. But if we're talking from it tastes good, for me, like the actual tacos aren't the thing, it's the sauce. It's the Taco Bell sauce. That is 90% of why people go there. At least for me. Because like if you get like a soft taco from Taco Bell and you don't get any sauce with it, yeah, it's extremely disappointing. Like it is straight up disappointment. That's not going to be anything though. Quality, it also depends on your location you go to. This is true. But that said, you usually have pretty mild expectations. It should have more clay, right? If not, we're gonna dig up more, but I figured we'd probably have more clay laying around here. I'm not seeing it though. There's something that says like one Burger King near here is really good. The other one has given food poisoning every time that you've gone there. Yeesh. You know, quality can matter, but the quality can vary for the same chain and all that. Usually it's not that extreme, but you never know. Different companies operate in different ways. Let's put that over here for now. I just realized. I totally forgot Tomb got me beef jerky. I'll have to try that all later. I guess technically it's not beef jerky. Some of it is beef jerky, but like, you know, beef tender bites, all sorts of stuff. I haven't looked into everything in the bag is all. Yeah, it's more like beef sticks and stuff. Well, there's actual jerky. But it's like mostly like beef sticks and that kind of stuff than jerky, but that's fine. I'm not gonna sit here and like scarf it on stream or anything like that. But I was just like, man, I was noticing the tortilla chips over here. I was like, man, I'm gonna need to get some like salsa after stream. So while I'm winding down and all that. Did I eat? Yes. Yep. The only part I haven't eaten yet is there's some bread wafer things that I'll eat, but they're like super crunch. So I'll eat those after stream. I did eat. I did. I ate most, like we had charcuterie and ate like everything, but like one of the things I'm waiting because I can't eat it on stream without it being completely obnoxious. Hey, Captain Corgi. Saying you hope your game's going well and that you're having a good night, my friend. Leaving a lurk so I finish work. Well, thank you. I do appreciate it. This game looks awesome. I hope it's good. It's enjoyable. I'm having a good time. We'll see as it goes along how it all goes and all that. Yeah, we're down to that last little bit for the cellar we're getting. It's not going to be done in time for this winter, but at least it's being worked on. But with a little luck, we'll be able to clear a bunch of this out and get the moat going, all that. Darstar said you lost your streak? Yeah, it happens. I'm assuming you missed the stream. Alright. Meanwhile, we'll look at floors. Bigger graded floor? Alright, so we are building the first floor here. Meanwhile, we got people still... JD, buddy. No. Okay, so rocky soil does give us some limestone. That's good to know. Wait, didn't I have to make the limestone into limestone brick? Did I not? Do I not have any limestone brick? Okay, how close are we to our next research? Yeah, stone block carving. Alright, that's fine. It's still fine. I'm still just looking to do the limestone down below. We'll want to end up cutting brick later on for building stuff, but just like straight up stone walls are still fine. Yeah, so we've got all sorts of stuff we're dealing with over there. That's fine. So yeah, so we're just mining up the moat. We're using the materials to try and build the cellar. It's slow going, but that's alright. We are starting to slowly mine our quarry. Which does mean mining much slower. Okay. So I'm also hoping we'll get a little bit more, get a little bit more clay. That's literally actually what they're getting right now. Yeah, it's like everyone's doing construction and mining and getting the clay, because the clay will let us get more of the fires in the house for, dealing with the cold. Looks like we're doing pretty good with the radishes and the flax and all the other stuff, so that's good news. Alright. Oh, we can pick up the pace in that. Go and cut down the random oak tree in the middle there. So let's cancel that one tile so they get that spot done. The rest of this is all waiting for me to work on. So downside is we now have 6 people living in houses. No, 7 people. And you only had 5 houses. Let's see, now you're installing Kenchi. We'll embrace the pain tomorrow. Gotcha. Kenchi's good times. Yes, we're definitely going to need to get more housing sorted. I could see putting the housing over, well, I mean, the quarry's there now. I'm gonna have to make more room for more housing in the long run. I know people can, like, I believe they can marry or whatever or get romantically involved, and when then that happens, you know, what are you eating? Do I care? Oh, you're eating corpses. I probably really should care, but I don't. Now, my smoked meat being eaten, that I care. I understand. Alright, so we got a problem now where the wolves are getting short in food supplies, and they're starting getting bold about what they're willing to do. All right. I'm trying to run them off. But they just keep coming back. Once I can wall off the outside, I don't need to worry about that. Because like once I can wall off the outside, we could just not let the wolves in. But for the moment, we don't really have that availability. Because they're running in here and grabbing my meat and other stuff that we don't have room in storage for. Okay, let's see here. Don't keep carcasses in there. Don't keep raw materials other than textiles in there. Don't keep the hay in there. Don't keep waste in there. That should help. All right. You've been assaulting Billy God's faction. Next will be Berserkers. Gotcha. You know, Kenchi's a good time. We'll be playing a little bit more Kenchi, but like I said, it's one of those things I'm trying to avoid having Kenshi be like something I'm playing all the time. Alright. Donkey Duff. Don't. Don't trap yourself. It's not very hard. You just need to not dig in a circle around yourself. That's all you gotta do. You can limit Kenshi to 2 or 3 hash streams a week. Something like that. We'll see. I'll do another Kenshi stream probably sometime this week, and we'll see how it does. Like I said, the thing I've noticed is like the viewership of Kenshi on the channel has been like gradually going down. So it's not like some games where it's like I have 2 or 3 streams that go well and then it just kind of like drops. It's been like, you know, it was at like 90 to 100, then 80 90, then 70 80, then like 60 70. Like it's just like slowly been creeping down. Which, like I said, it is one of those things that I, as a content creator, that does create a pressure saying, hey, like if the viewership just continue to decline on this game, then, you know, I stop playing that game. That's literally that's people kind of voting with their eyeballs going, it's not really one thing. Kenny's also a good wind down game to watch? Yeah, I could see that. Like, I know a lot of people have a warm place in their heart for Kenshi. It's the question of like the macro scale of the people who watch the channel. Is the people super into Kenshi a handful of people, or is the people super into Kenshi a majority of the people? And I think the people who are like really into Kenshi is not that big of a group of people for the channel. I think it's like, you know, a decent number of people are like really into it, but like the vast majority, you know, it's just a game I'm playing. But if I keep playing, all right, so there's winter. I knew that was coming. We're not really prepared for it, so here's hoping, because it is too cold. And we're getting through that. But it's those things that, like, when people are, like, watching the variety thing, and if you keep playing a game they're not into, like, the same game they're not into for a lot of time, that can be a thing that drives people away after a while. Versus they play one thing and they're like, I don't know about this. Like, maybe not my jam. You go to the next thing, it's like, I don't know about this, and it's not their jam. Like, you mix her up a little bit. That's a lot easier to manage, kind of thing. All right. So I've almost got the perimeter done. In the meantime, I gotta get some structure in here. I'm trying to think of merchant caravan, dealer of luxuries, sometimes carries swords and from Toledo and Damascus. Milanese armor, unusual mechanical parts, exoteric ingredients, and books bound in buttery parchment. They're exclusive and carefully selected, come at a premium. Okay. Alright, so we're starting to get that upper area to close it off. I wonder if I actually need to, where was the button? I say, but I wonder if we need to go down here and actually make it have a door leading into it. I feel like I do. I'm gonna do it. It's probably overkill, but we can do that. And there'll be the door. Alright. So I've got that, it's complaining about that corner, and then this corner. Cool. So with that, I have the whole thing set up where we should be able to get that all sealed off. And then put a bunch of shelves down there, and then we will have a cellar, and we can start building more building on top of it for probably honestly make that into our dining hall, whatever you want to call it, on the top, like the floor above it. That kind of thing. We got a couple of windows up here. That's fine. Then we can go here to the windows. Then we can worry about what's next once they get all that built. I really hope they're not trying to trap themselves again. Alright, so we've got that sorted out to expand this. The moat's still coming together. Oh, I never did talk to Merchant. It's fine. I was trying to have them move just over here so they don't mine themselves into a corner. That's okay. We can worry about that as we get there. All right. Yeah, so starting to get that building. That's going to be kind of like, not necessarily a keep, but something of that kind of nature. All right. And trying to make it structurally sound as well. All right, so we've got all of our houses have their heat now. We've got the big building back here, which, like I said, I think we're gonna make that into like a dining hall, that kind of space. But like a shared space. I could even see like having the dining hall and all that here. Having another floor that's like production and all that. Even though most likely that'll end up being pretty wasteful. Okay. That'll be good. So bottom floor will have a lot of the stone down there. And then this floor, like, we'll still have the stone exterior. Actually, no, we might do a wood exterior. Just for aesthetic reasons. So stone for like the first part of the floor, then go over to wood. Get everything moved over, get it all sorted out. All right. Alright. What I'm doing now is I'm going to be building some basic roads between everything. Just for my own personal reasons. So that way as we wander around. Cold snap. Severe frost turned the ground to iron, ruining plant crops, trees split, birds froze to death, and the rivers became solid ice. It was vital for the settlers to dress warmly in the heat of Hillsville's sleeping quarters to evade the kiss of cold death. Okay, so you're telling me go home. Is that what I am understanding right now? You are telling me to go home. Alright, so trying to think of the best way to accommodate keeping them from going outside and freezing to death. Schedule, let's go, actually. I don't want to mess with all those. Alright, so we go ahead and set everyone to have their full schedule be recreation or leisure or whatever. Donkey Duff, why did you trap yourself? It's like you have to like seriously babysit them all the time. Because Donkey Duff is now trapped down there until I manage to get the stairwell built. Which, don't get me wrong, I fully planned to build, but it was pretty annoying that I didn't really get the choice in the matter. Alright. They seem to be doing alright even with the cold snap. I'm actually surprised they're still growing stuff during the cold snap. Plant dying due to low temperature. Alright. And you are still planting stuff. Okay, chat. I might not go as late tonight as normal. Like, I'm not wrapping up right now or anything. But I'm definitely feeling a little bit on the low energy side today. I had a pretty early start, which is the whole reason I didn't get like the video driver stuff taken care of the other day. But if I keep getting lower and lower energy, at some point I'll probably end up having to wrap just, you know, because sitting here watching me zone out isn't going to be the most entertaining thing. It's almost like your body needs sleep. I don't understand. It's so weird. Alright, and we got all that mining happening. Got tons of materials down there. Well, why not some truck sim? Oh, I don't think we switch games another time, Darth. Like, this is a chill enough game. Like, the chillness of the game isn't a problem. But I don't think we switch games again. It is a thing that every time I switch games, you know, you're just gonna have some people who do want to, you know, step away because it's just, you know, they liked the game before but not the game after. JD is unconscious. The windows are closed, and you do have a brazier going inside the building. Okay, they recovered. They're warming up. It's just so cold outside, like that's just what's happening. Yeah, constantly swapping games is rough. Yeah, no, that's what hurt the stream the other day, is when I switched to RimWorld and the cursor didn't work and I had to switch again right away. That, like, very, very clearly you can watch, like, the stream running and then just, like, drop. It started to come back towards the end, but it never did recover. But that's just because one switch after the other guaranteed I was gonna run off a lot of people. So is there a stop doing the fields right now? I don't want to have to, like, unassign a bunch. Can I? Because the problem I'm running into... Don't sow, there we go. But I can't select them all to do just don't sow. Because the problem I'm running into is they're going to keep sowing and wasting my seeds. and they're just gonna keep dying in the snow. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. All right. Okay, so with all that, we can go down here, and it's time to start putting this place to use. This would be very costly. It should not go more than this. Start with that. Alright, Nigh High Lord is already saving JD, who has collapsed because what's effectively hypothermia. Hey, Gold, it's all good. Lurkin is perfectly fine. Yeah, so freezing is a big difference. We do have tailoring, we do have material, and they are working on it. We don't have much tech unlocked, so we are just managing. But that's fine. Alright, we got the window, like these doors and all that being built. We'll get all this stuff sorted out. Alright, we already have the steps over here. We're gonna let them build that up. Because like I said, I'm gonna make this into like a dining hall area to get that out of here. And I am debating making another floor above that. The floor above will be a production room or whatever. We'll see what happens with that. At least some production, like research and all that. JD's trying real hard to be productive, but that being unimaginably cold outside because the cold snap is really a whole thing. Yeah, cold snap here. Just waiting for that cold snap to let off so we can get people back to work. Like, food-wise, it looks like it's gonna be totally fine. I've got a giant mountain of cabbage. I got a giant mountain of red currant. Not to mention, you know, a bunch of apples and a whole bunch of other stuff. But just pretty much good old hypothermia as a whole big problem. Hey, the cold snap ended. Yes. So hopefully you get up soon. Alright, we haven't reached the point of clearing out that all yet. That's fine. That's all fine, we gotta wait on that as well. That's okay. Good seeing you as well, Smoker Silver. Thank you for the lurk. Man, that's all good stuff. Yeah, we show the roofs so far. See, it's all coming together. I don't know why this roof doesn't have snow on. It's the same as all the others' roof, but that's fine. This is just the incomplete building. But that's all good. But yeah, this is pretty standard for this style of colony game. That it's spring, summer, fall is to get all your your firewood and your food and all that sorted out and your clothes, and then winter's about just riding out the winter until it's ready to go back to spring, summer, fall. Repeat that process until you get there. Because yeah, knowing a few new games might get your attention to buy also is a good idea. Yeah. Well, this game isn't a new one. It's been around a while, but it got an update recently. Which I have heard that they've had a bunch of water stuff, but what else the update contains, I have no idea. Okay, so let's take a quick peeky peek to see if we've got those shelves going yet. I'm trying to move the shelves we already have down into the space as well. That's a good wifey.
I love you.
I love you too.
Stay handsome.
I can't stay what I'm not.
Thank you for being a little sweetie.
Sleep well. Alright, so trying to get the shelves that are carrying all of our food out of our current storage room and into the cellar we've built, which is mostly these shelves here. Alright. So we're getting everything moved inside the building. We'll get our floor built up. You get the idea. Oh, stretchy, stretchy, stretch. So much stretch. Alright. Yeah, I'll probably come up with something like, maybe like a new stream poll or something going on. Try and fish for ideas for stuff people would like to see on the channel, all that good stuff. We are pulling up plenty of dirt and all that and clay. That'll be good. Alright, so before we get too excited, alright. We have 5 days till Anomaly? Yep. Yeah, no, like, I do know we're gonna end up playing multiple games when Anomaly comes out, but it is, we're definitely gonna go hard on Anomaly when it first drops and all that. He said, just finish your snack? Hey, I hear you. That's fine. Okay, can I hot swap these? Because that'd be really nice. Excellent. And part of the reason I'm building so many windows on this floor is I can make this into partly into one of my defensive positions. That basically what ends up happening is when we have a raid, the second floor can be a defensive area that we could then throw a whole bunch of everything at. Okay, let's hop down the floor. Alright, come on. What I can do to help with this. So the issue is I built the door here. So I went to put the support like we did the floor below. It didn't want to go there. That might do it. Because I'm just trying to get the supports and all that so we can, Alright, so that would take care of the next floor. I need to be careful about how much wood I'm using. I don't really have a good feel for how much wood I have. And if we go way too far, that'll be a problem. And just to make this seem reasonable, there we go. These aren't going to be actually necessary. But me as a person, I want, like, the stone stairwells and all that to have, like, load-bearing trusses and everything below them so that, you know, even if it doesn't work as a game mechanic. A group of animals has arrived. Bear. I don't like it. Alright, close the windows because it's cold outside. All right. Okay, so with this, gain the perk Sluggerty because I turned 55 today. What does Sluggerty do? Movement speed minus 15%, global work speed minus 20%. Thanks, I hate it. Have you tried not growing old? Just saying. So now I got a proper table in here. Cannot build this close to the edge of the map. Okay. That, I wouldn't really consider that the edge of the map, but I mean, I guess okay. Alright. So we've got the table all there. Do we have recreation stuff we can move here? Yeah, honestly. Move the shrine here. Oh, right, we got the hoist there. They're moving all the ideological things over here to where our structure is. That way we have more stuff happening in there. Deconstruct this stuff that we're not going to use anymore. Alright. We do have the backgammon board in one of these bedrooms, so let's move that in here. Okay, how do I want to deal with this? Alright, so we've got all the stuff pulled out of that room, and we're starting to get set up on the bottom floor. We don't really have... much in the way of the relics, or sorry, not the relics, the ritual locations. We can go ahead and deal with that. We still need to do more banners. Because I really like the aesthetic of the banners. Okay, we got 2 more banners coming in for the main building in the back there. Alright. We just got everything getting moved all over the place, getting all of our windows installed. Also getting the shrines put in place so we can get our religious support and all that kind of good stuff. And so that's all good things. Checking one other thing real fast. I don't think I need to worry about that. Yeah, no, I don't need to worry about that. Okay. Yeah, so we'll have some proper tables to sit at now. And they're just working away at the mine. And we want to get that moat going, which is still going to be delayed a little bit more because, you know, we're quarrying and all that. Alright. Yeah, honestly, we make this like our main production, storage, whatever building. We could then turn around. Settlers are becoming annoyed. Deprived of religious activity. Jealous due to inferior bedroom. Deprived of religious activities. I mean, but you have them all. Desperately thirsty, can't help you. Moderately tired, just do other things. Alright, so we've got that floor being built. We've got our production stuff in here. Alright. Trying to see where I want to put these. It's fine, we'll shove it in the corner. Okay, so we've got that in the corner.
Thank you, AlyssaGNZ, for subscribing for 14 months.
Thank you, Listen NZ, for the tier 1 sub. Been subbed to the channel for 14 months, which is a heck of a long time. Really do appreciate that. 1 year, 2 months. Thank you so much for continuing to support the channel after all this time. It does mean a whole heck of a lot that you continue supporting it for so long. I figured that's already an occupied space. I had to test though. Alright, so we got all that stuff mostly getting moved out. There you go, fixed now. Yeah. Let me double check. So we have 1, 2. Okay. So I owe 2 Legos, so I'm going to go ahead and get that real fast. For those who don't know, I do have a thing where for every sub and 100 biddies, I add a Lego to a kit. So let me go ahead and get that, and I will be right back with you. I see that it has once again changed my zoom on the camera. I change nothing and everything changes. Don't love it at all. It's super annoying. So let's go ahead and do this. And this. And this. One moment, game. It's just complaining because I'm moving the research table. So it's like, research table is missing. It's like, don't worry, it'll be back. Alright, so we got that. So I owe 2 Lego pieces. Where I was doing a thing with this that I don't remember what was. Okay. Alright, so we got this going on. So I've got you. I need to put this through here. And I need to put this through there. And there is the 2 pieces for the kit. Alright. Yeah, no, we had, I mentioned it was going to probably happen. We did have a Thursday stream this week. And so I do think a lot of people lost their stream streaks. It's one of those things that I kind of dislike about the stream streak thing now, is doing like an impromptu bonus stream and all that. You almost feel like you can't do it because it's going to cost people their stream streaks. I kind of went back and forth how I wanted to deal with it. It's like, well, I mentioned it was going to happen. I did mention stuff on the, like, I mentioned on the Discord when it went live. I did have the announcement going live. So it's like, you know what? It's just gonna be a matter of time before, like, for example, one of the things I'm probably gonna run into at some point is where I'll have a stream. The stream will crash, you know, thus that is a complete stream, and a whole bunch of people suddenly lose all their streaks, and it'll just be like, you know what? I can't worry about the stream streaks, unfortunately. So it is a bummer that you lost your streak and all that. But I kind of accepted that's the way the functionality currently works. You're almost going to guarantee lose your streak sooner or later. Which it is a real bummer. Let's see, Slinkhead says, if you really care about the streak, then notifications and just logging in is enough. Well, right, but the problem is like, you'll have people who cannot make a stream time, just like one time, because you have like one unusual stream. So like say like I'm gonna do a collab with another creator and I stream at like a completely reverse schedule from my normal for one stream to do something with them, and now suddenly everyone loses their stream streak. Yeah, no, it's like that'd be kind of a good idea. Flax saying, unfortunately you can't designate a stream as not streaking. Yeah, no, that wouldn't be. I would be on board with that idea. Like, being able to... So I'd have to be able to do it after the fact, because, like, the problem you can run into, as I mentioned, is, say I start a stream, and it goes for, like, 5 minutes, and it crashes, and then it goes down. That was a stream. And then if I start a new stream, everyone who didn't make in that stream for 5 minutes just lost their streams. Like, their streak. Like, and it hasn't happened yet, to me. But it's one of those things with the way it works. And I do know when that happens, a bunch of people who lose like their 130 stream streak, 150 stream streak are gonna be upset with it, and probably that'll be the thing that makes them break and not keep tuning in quite as much. And people don't only need to be in for one of the streams in said segment. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things. We've also had a bunch of people who lost their stream streaks, and they were here. Like they just lost their stream streaks randomly, kind of thing. So I don't really have an answer of what can be done about that kind of thing. So you have 4 days of fuel. So one thing I'm going to do is we are blasting through a resource here. Set some of these trees to be chopped down. Okay. And we have another cold snap coming in. But yeah. No, it's a neat feature. I really like the stream streaks feature. I think it's a good idea to encourage people to like come back to your stream and all that. But it has a lot of issues that like you can lose your streak with all that. Now, part of it is I also think people get too attached to like getting as big of a streak as possible. I know for myself, I don't really get to be too excited about stream streaks because it's just like with how much I stream, I don't get the chance to catch everyone's streams and all that, especially if their schedule changes at all. And then when I'm not streaming, there's a lot of days I'm busy, so I miss people's streams. That said, I still have managed to pull off the occasional like 20-30 stream streak, but very genuinely, I kind of accept that's not a sustainable thing, that like I'm just gonna lose them. The possible 5-minute streaks are a problem, otherwise it should be okay. The non-stream streaks is a good idea though. Maybe it not be a thing that's like strictly like a stream streak. Like as a mechanic, instead of just you caught the last 10 streams without missing any, but have it like, you know, you caught a certain percentages of the streams. You know, it says you're not a fan of stream streaks at 130 stream streak. Yeah. It's definitely a thing I have mixed feelings on. I do see where I am benefiting from it as a content creator. And congratulations on your extra 450 points. I do feel like it benefits me as a content creator to encourage people to return to my channel and all that kind of good stuff. At the same time, I feel like it also does encourage people to be like, oh no, I'm sorry, friends, I can't hang out. You don't understand. I can't miss the stream. I'll lose my stream streak. I'm at 100. I'm 135. I cannot lose it. You get the idea. It'll potentially lead to unhealthy behavior. As well as like it's gonna upset some people. I honestly think it's one of those things that like while it's new, there's gonna be people who get upset with it. After people have lost like big stream streaks a couple of times, I do think people will adjust and it not be a big thing. Which, to be fair, I think it is like literally just people adjusting to it is all it's gonna be. That as people lose their big ridiculous stream streaks, they're gonna be less committed to trying to get the big ones again and again. But we'll see. I have no idea. I think overall it's not a bad feature. But like it's not a bad feature. I do think it's got rough edges though. But yeah, no, I could go that if you catch like 80 or 90% of the streams, you're kind of asterisk in as being in a stream streak or whatever. It'll be like Snapchat streaks. It'll be cool to have, but most people won't stress. Yeah, no, I think because it's like the new novelty and people have such ridiculous numbers, there's a lot of people who are... One moment, please. My mic just detached itself from my desk, so give me a second. Yeah, the mic was like, I'm hearing all this filthy casual talk about not maintaining your stream streaks. I'm outie. I thought this was a real channel. You know, that we went hard and stuff. None None of this cat. No. Mike low-key toxic. So just double checking. Yeah, looks like Equalizer's all happy and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, low-key, Mike is actually super toxic. Alright, how are we doing in time? Gotcha. Your streak is over 9,000. That does make me wonder if, like, they'll have a streak cap out in some way. Because, I mean, it's now those things like, mic drop, restart stream. I'm sure the streaks should be fine. That's genuinely the one I am, like, dreading, is when I play a game. Like, if you remember, City Skylines 2 came out just a little bit before the stream streaks. And that was the one I was trying to play and I was having fun with it, but it was hard crashing my computer, and each one of those would have ended the stream. And that was the whole thing there. That's actually, now I think about it, we had a friend of the channel, who also streams, that they were having internet problems the other day. And it was a whole thing that, like, you know, they would stream for a little bit, their internet just straight went out, and I cannot express how much it is just a gut punch when that happens, because, you know, especially when it's out for like a good couple minutes or whatever, so you like have the internet stay down. Like, very genuinely have so many people who, you know, understandably, they're like, oh, I don't even know if this person's gonna come back, because I've certainly been in channels where I was watching people play a game, their internet went down, and it just didn't come back that night, and you couldn't reach them or anything. Like, so there's like, you know, how long do you wait? And it's so, like, it's such a pain. Did you drop yourself? Oh my god, Donkey Duff, why? Why are you this way? But yeah, no, it's one of those things when you're dealing with technical problems, like whether it's the internet outage. Like, for me, the big one was, you know, like, City Skylines 2 is the one I had the worst time with. That, another one was, oh, what was it? The zombie one. Dead Island 2. Those are the two that, like, were the games I played that just really ended up being just not a good time. Because what ended up happening is, like, we had, for City Skylines 2, I was having, like, crashes after crashes after crashes, and those crashes were like straight up blue screen of death, stream goes down, like the whole thing goes down, and it was just like I fought through it for one stream, and then it's like I really wanted to do it on our stream, like I couldn't, because every time it crashed it was like a third of the viewership would drop. Because understandably, I'd be gone for 2-3 minutes just waiting for like everything to come back up, to get OBS back up, to get the game back up and everything else. And then it'd take me another minute or two just to get the thing back to where it was. So it's just one of those things. But yeah, like the internet outage is the same thing. I've only had one time that the internet got really bad. But it just sucks the entire air out of your sails, because especially if it's one you're like really hyped about, and then it just doesn't work. Because you know it hurts your numbers, you know it hurts a lot of the stuff, you know it is like a bad experience and people aren't having a good time, and a lot of people understand, but understanding still, like, you know, it hurts viewership, it hurts like lots of stuff and all that stuff. It's just really just a gut punch when it happens. And it also, like, really mess up your headspace. So even if, like, everything recovers, it's, like, kind of difficult to pull yourself back into a mindset to create the content people are there to see. So it's a tough one. It's the Enoch says, monthly recaps are something that shows number of streams watched and a few extra things. Stream streaks just make people feel bad when they miss a stream, and then their streak resets for no reason. Yeah, no, that's the thing, is I think in the short term we're gonna have a lot of a lot of that stuff that people are going to stress about. I think once it's been around for a while and the novelty wears off a little bit, then I think it won't be nearly that bad. But I do agree, like, especially the people who, like, lose their streak for no reason, or again, like, you know, you have a night of technical difficulties, and as a content creator, you feel bad because you mess up a bunch of people's streaks. It's not your fault or anything like that, but it's one of those things. But yeah, I know it's always hard. Like, I do appreciate that, you can tell, like, a lot of viewers understand how frustrating, stressful, difficult it is when you're running into technical issues. Because the number of times I've seen someone dealing with technical issues get an offline hype train. Because everyone's just like, it's okay, like, you know, we're here, like, understood, like, we want to help. Because also that's one of those things that can help with the headspace as well. Like, if you're sitting there and you're mentally getting into that funk, thinking it's like, oh man, my whole stream's basically ruined, like, do I even try and pick up where I left off, or do I just pack it in for the night and say, look, I'm not going to be able to get myself in the headspace I need, so just taking the rest of the night off, which is honestly not a bad idea. Like, with Dead Island, I think I did okay managing around it, but with City Skylines 2, honestly, once I had, like, the second or third crash, I really do feel like it probably would have been just better to have, you know, taken the rest of that night off and just not tried to play it again. Let's see, that shouldn't reset streak. There should be at least, must be a 30-minute break. I would honestly say, if you catch any of the stream within a full day, then that counts as the stream streak for, like, the day. Like, not even make it about, like, the individual instances of stream, just, like, literally in 24-hour period that a stream is occurring, like, you know, from the beginning to the end of the day, did you catch any of it? And if you got literally just a minute or two of it, it should count. But even then, I still kind of feel like I would like it to have some leeway that, you know, you effectively get a mulligan or something like that. Like, you know, if you're like on a 10, like every 10 days you have, like, it gets a mulligan. I don't think they'd take the time to implement that, but I could definitely see that they do a thing that's like, you know, did you catch any of the stream February 1st? Yes, it counts. I could see them doing that because I feel like that wouldn't be too hard to implement versus, like, you know, being smart enough to be like, okay, you know, keeping a running tally of how many you've missed and gone and said, okay, is the number you missed more than 10% of whatever, like, I don't think they would do that kind of thing. It would honestly be too much work for what it's worth. How are our animals doing? I feel like we're getting a lot of animals. I do feel like this overview tab, this is one of the places I feel like this could use a little bit of love. Because we're getting all these goats and all that kind of stuff. But, let's, I don't even know what train does in this context. Okay, so let's get a couple of these animals and knock down the population. So let's get the oldest goat here. And that one. You think animals could do hauling? Like literally all animals? We can find out. I eagerly await the end of winter. Looking at everything be endlessly, you know, just... endlessly just, like, white everything outside. So we also had this bench. And this bench. And that bench. You remember that Sal was using goats to haul dead bodies? As they should. Real life goats would be eating everything in your whole base. Oh, that wiped out all of the queues. Alright, I don't like that. For those who didn't notice, basically when I moved the stuff, that was enough to, that was enough for it to, like, clear the entire log. Alright, dismantle clothes if their hit points are below 50. We'll go with that. And ferment all the things. Make limestone brick. Okay. Alright, so yeah, so that's a note to self. Moving production benches wipes out their production queue. So I do feel like, where was it? There was somewhere in here. Yeah, so temperature heat map, so you can see like I've got the warm areas in here. We do have show the aesthetic map. So the aesthetic is a group of animals has arrived. Sheep, cool for them. We have the overlay for the different rooms. Yeah, so you group our resources together to make that a little bit better. Okay. So it's looking like we're gonna hit spring real soon because we're having all the snow starting to melt. The quarry is coming along very nicely. How's our research going? Why does it feel like I'm not getting anywhere? Am I, like, 1 second. Let's check this bench real fast. That's not the right bench. Let's check this bench real fast. I understand. I need both research benches. That is why it's like, man, I was just making no progress. So, unlike RimWorld, where you get your higher tech bench, and then you're like, you know, this old bench? In the trash. This one, I actually do need the different benches. Okay, so get all that set up. Then I need to go and... actually make the last stairwell over here. We'll add just regular wood there. Alright. Let's see. I'm glad you have limited plays, so the mic drop didn't explode our eardrums. Yep. I learned to absolutely have a noise gate and all that in place, and limiters and all that. Because I have certainly seen that where so it drops that you just hear like the wall, like the feedback and all that. So I'd like to do... Let's... Hey, it's spring, thank goodness. Okay, so now I need to go to all of these fields and say, please sow the field. 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 Those are all fine. Cool. So our field should be getting planted again. And what I want to do is I want to put a support across here. I understand. Need to replace that window with just straight up wall. So I'm trying to make another floor here real fast. Then go here. Okay. And the question is, do I have like half walls here? Not the best way, but I don't really have a good way of organizing that. So I'll put like banners or something on the corners to make it look not quite so silly. Okay, we can go up here to the floors. Okay, we need to... Probably just do something like that, will be the easiest way. Maybe they don't count yet? So I've got, Listen and Z has gained the trait Swigger. Okay, so try that. And then what we can do is over here. Oh, here we can probably... Can I place it still? Alright. So that'll have like our main building and all that. For the time being. So just like this vaguely like kind of one side off, we have like the tower that goes up to the top. We've got like a nice defensive position. I can shoot arrows down anywhere within the city confines for the most part. That is a big old scary bear over there. Just right in my territory and getting unfortunately closer. I guess we grab everyone and we go say what happens when you poke a big scary bear. Could you not walk right up to me? I'd rather you not be... Stop standing directly on top of me. You're freaking me out, bear. I'm trying to tell you to attack, please. Alright, well that's good enough. So we did kill the bear. You got bitten in the face at a moderate degree. I do hate when a bear bites me in the face. That's definitely not my favorite, being bitten in the face by a bear. Alright, I really want to get this perimeter done. One thing I can start doing... is the areas where we've already got all of this sorted out on this side. Attack the river bandits. They appeared silently, eyes hollow, hair wild, smelling rancid and daubed in blood. Everyone in Hills have recognized the pillagers as assailants of the most deadly kind. They were beyond reason, with nothing left to lose. There we go. I just want to finish framing this out. Okay. And what I'll do is I'll need to make a way up on that wall later. Alright, so they're over here. Mostly melee, but 2 archers. Why can't I control you? Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. That's what I'm doing. I'm hitting the attack button, not the draft button. That's on me. I was like, why is this not working? I don't understand. Okay. And sadly, that's not finished enough for me to use it as my defensive position yet. So my hope is by positioning myself way up on this hill, when they go to run into our place, we can just start picking at them. That's what I'm hoping on paper. Or they'll just cut across the river and we'll really regret everything. Oh, you're just gonna break my stuff? How very Rimworld-like of you. Stop. Well, I guess we're just having a straight-up ground fight. This does not feel like it'll go well. Are we not defending ourselves? Like, oh, there we go. I was like, I'm not watching my people swinging their weapons in melee. It's like, are we just taking this? Luxray is unconscious. Night High Lord is dead. Yeah, this is gonna be a wipe. I kinda figured, Raid. The beleaguered settlers came under attack this spring. Their ordeal continued for 4 hours and 41 minutes. Not everyone survived this fateful encounter. Hillsbury lost one of its people, Night High Lord, whatever's left. One spawned enemy died. Night High Lord was the bravest of the field foes, dealing the most damage. They took the most damage, thinking of only defending. Luxray blocked the most hits. Some Night High Lord's buildings were destroyed under the bombardment of enemy campfire. I mean, it says the raid... Oh, do they just, like, quit in the middle of it? That's a weird way for that to work. Please tend to wounds. So only one person's died, but I'm now dealing with everyone. Stop. Tend to wounds. I think they fought until they take so much damage, then they run. Yes, this is gonna probably be a wipe here. Because they're trying their best to save people, but everyone's bleeding. Are you a doctor right now? Schedule. Or sorry, jobs. Donkey Dove? Donkey Duff's gonna try their best to patch people up, but it's not looking great. Because everyone is unconscious with blood coming out of their body rapidly. Oh, you're already back up? That's a bit faster than I was expecting. Okay, I guess I expected that to be way worse. When we had like everyone was down and bleeding, I was like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna watch like where it's gonna be like dead, 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 and that's just gonna be the end of it. But it looks like it's actually pretty chill about it. Yeah, still got our doctors running around. I don't. Is someone gonna rescue you? Job. You're not going to bed. You're rescuing them. All right. Yeah, that was I didn't expect them to go through and like just trash each one of my buildings one by one, which, you know, it's RimWorld does the same thing at times. So it's kind of expected I could like draw them back to where I had a defensive position and fight from there, and that just didn't work out that way. Butchering table. People are starving. Wounds need tending. Please do those. I see we have people starving, but, like, I need people to be tended. Oh, we have lots of people who still have wounds need to be tending. What are you doing? You are hungry. Tend to the wounds. I said tend to the wounds. I don't really understand what's happening right now. You try tending to the wounds? So they're not tending to it, they're just picking her up and putting her down and just like, it's fine. But, okay. But she's not actually getting any tending done? Okay, supposedly Kiana Chick is doing it? No, it says you're doing it, who is the one who is unconscious bleeding. I don't really know what's happening. Because one of the big complaints about the game is why you basically parked it, is that the game refuses to force the settlers to do what I tell them, To do and just ignore else. Rimworld does that great. GM. Oh, going medieval. He's allowed to be a start. Yeah, that's like. And part of it's not clear. Like, if there's some reason I can't do it, like I'm missing medicine or something, like, I would want some type of feedback. But as far as I can tell, my character just won't. And yeah, so Keanu Chick just died despite me trying for like a good couple minutes to just bandage them, and I wasn't getting any feedback. It just wasn't doing it. They would walk up and she'd kind of like stand up and go back down. So needless to say, now I've got a whole bunch of mood breaks that are going to be a whole big problem. So that's going to be lovely. So we're probably going to have some breaks here and all that. Which, don't get me wrong, that's probably early access problems. But, like, that was a very confusing thing where it's like, why are you not tending? Versus, like I said, if it had sat there and gone, you know, it's like, oh, well, you don't have medicine. It's like, no, I don't have medicine. Or, you know, this character can't medical. I tried 4 or 5 different characters, and none of them seemed to work. Been that way for almost 2 years? Yeah. Barking up the wrong tree, you found a fate bleeding. And the settlers decided to welcome in the Hillsville. Okay, so you've got another person here. Carrying the wounded to bed. Perfect. Well, that's happening real fast. I'm gonna quickly grab myself a new drink, and I'll be right back. Need to sit for a moment and rest. Drop the backpack, do some exercises. I was saying it's gonna get curious late game is when I get to the point that our passive maxed out. There's gonna be a lot of times where it's like, well, what do I do now? Like, we can't keep fighting. It's too late, too dark to do that safely. I guess we just stand by our. All right. So we did patch up the new person. Who am I just missing? Where are they? Oh, it's Nicholas. There we go. All right. Okay, we've got Lardine here. Okay. So, the downside is, we just lost multiple people. Oh, right. Now all these people are now assigned to, like, luxury everything. Because it's trying to keep them indoors. Totally forgot I tried to do that. Did it really get all of our doctors? Why? That's always the way this works. Any one of these games, it's like, oh, something's gonna go wrong and people are gonna die? It'll be your doctors. What, can it be someone else? No, just your doctors. No one else is eligible. Only doctors. We only kill the doctors. Malaria? All your doctors. Every time. Sink or swim. How are we doing our jobs anyways? So construction, we still have a construction person. Growing and harvest, we still have growing and harvest. Mining, we have a person to do the cooking and mining. Yeah, so it'll be okay-ish. Meal prep missing, that's right, because they destroyed our campfire as well. Because, like, it's weird the idea of someone, like, showing up in your town and just smashing your campfire and, like, a table and then leaving. Alright, Sniper Spice is being rebellious. Why do you have a deep wound now? Yeah, so I suspect all these mood breaks are gonna be, you know, the death spiral of us. Would be my guess of how this is gonna play out. Because I believe Rebellious... Well, yeah, they won't do any work. And so we'll start a cycle of like rebellious kind of thing is what I think is gonna happen. Because pretty much everyone is super pissed off because friends died, they saw dead bodies, they saw the friend, you know, corpse's friend, an acquaintance died, so all of them are like really in a bad mood. But we'll see. Like, I won't throw it in yet, but not feeling too great about that. So Sniper Spice, while they're rebellious, has triggered rebellious again. Okay. Yeah, so everyone's moods, they're terrible. What does make me curious, does it tell me any information? Oh, if their mood hits 0, they literally just straight up leave. So you'd have stuff where they like rebel and all that, but if it hits 0 mood, they just straight up quit. They just pack their bags and go home. Please stop prompting. Please stop prompting. Alright, so Illicit NZ is having, you know, rebellious stuff. Alright. I mean, we're starting to get some people to work. Well, I guess one thing I want to try and see if we can make happen. This, see what happens if we plow through there. Why do you have a wound that needs treating? Oh, right, I think this game, like, they get injuries, and it's like you have to have them treated multiple times till, like, it gets better. And they beelined right over here to helping the water flow. Like I said, I kind of want to see it fill up the moat. Everyone is getting mad. Yeah, you're set to preparing food. Who's our construction person? We have to just manually tell them to build stuff. Construction. Build the campfire first. That way we can at least get food. Yes, I don't think the water flows in the normal sense. I think it kind of does the Minecraft thing where it just kind of fills in spaces around it. And then it's like, that's just a graphic of the space kind of thing. That's okay. All right. What do your skills look like? Marksman 10, melee 10. Honestly, if I have to choose, I'd rather you use a bow. Settlers are exhausted. It's a rebelling one. It's gonna collapse from lack of sleep. Okay, is there a way to manage these animals better? Like, I don't even know if I'm getting much from the goats, one or the other. Okay, actual food is on the way. Yeah, it does seem like there'll be more opportunity to recover in this than in RimWorld. But, these prompts are getting pretty annoying. It's like, still tired. Yep, you know how I was tired a minute ago? I'm still tired. All right. Yeah, so just trying to get the wall built up, then we can get the moat going. Then what I'll do is I'll get like a couple places where I can run up to the wall, where we'll have like, you know, the overlook area where I can then shoot arrows down at people. Salvation, the looters. Appearing deranged at first, Jeffrey was simply overcome with terror. A pitiful, stumbling corpse with wheels for binding and harsh beatings by a cruel master. Hide me. I will die if I am caught. We decide to help him. Okay. Because I will take brand new people without any consideration of their stats or attributes. Because I've got things I need to do, and I can't do those if I don't have people. Alright. And there we go, Bentley. So you are ill-favored, vigorous, and benevolent. Cool. Meanwhile, well, the other people should be taking care of you, and I shouldn't have to sit here and manually deal with it. Just saying, game. Let's, oh, good, an actual doctor. Why are you perpetually exhausted? You can go to bed. It's okay. All right. Carrots, I don't need to wait till they seed. All right. Like Luxray is in bed. Just sleep. That's fine. We're working on the cold. Go to sleep. Alright, so our meals are coming together. We're starting to burn through our raw food, not. Is that warning message an old Windows Tone error? I don't think so. Not that I'm remembering. It has kind of the same vibe as like an old error tone. So I'm trying to wall this all off. And once we get it all walled off, you know, that gives us at least a perimeter where I can kind of start forcing them to either attack my wall or go in a direction I want them to. I would imagine they probably attack your wall if it's just in the way. Alright. Settlers are unhappy. I understand. That is our eternity. It's fine. Stop prompting me. Like, I don't know how long it's going to take them to get over the fact that their friends died. I suspect probably not super fast. Oh, actually, I take that back. It's like one more day. That's kind of sad. It's like, my friend died. When will I be over it? Oh, 2 days. It's fine. Don't worry about it, man. It'll be okay. It's just a friend. No biggie. Alright. Yeah, no, I'll definitely say, like... So we played this a long while back, and I had a relatively good time, but it was one of those things I was like, oh yeah, they got a lot of pain points and rough edges and all that, and it still feels mostly true. It does seem like there is things that have improved. Alright, meanwhile... I need you to be armed. What are your stats? Marksman 11. And then we'll grab everyone. Where is the incursion coming from? Okay, there we go. Alright, so you're coming from over here just like the other group did. This time, I'm just gonna go right up to the corner here. Not do any fancy positioning kind of stuff. Literally, I'm just gonna be popping over here and trying to just pelt them with arrows as they go in, and then using the bridge as a choke point. Please don't try and swim in the water. Alright, here they come. Yes, there's a ramp there, there's a ramp here. I think they're going to try and go around this way. There's a ramp there, and then they'll go over here somewhere. There's the other ramps. Oh, there's a ramp right there. That actually works out, because... Begin firing. I don't like that they kind of just like run right past you, so even if I like block the bridge, they do just like zip on by. Lardine is dead. Oh, they got archers as well. That's okay. They're just finishing off what we started. Don't retreat. Come on, finish it off. You outnumber me like 7-1. Not really. I don't accept your retreat. It almost feels like it's designed for them to bail on you before they wipe you out. And we'll just see if they figure it out. We got tons of doctors up. I shouldn't have to babysit them on this. Yeah, so you're gonna go carry the wounded, you're gonna take care of it. So is Donkey Duh. Lardine got killed straight up. Bentley got killed straight up. Yeah, the combat seems a little janky. Like, maybe I just need to reposition more, because it seemed like even though they ran into my melee, they just walked right around and went after my archers. Like, hey, don't just do that. Fight me. so tending wounds. That's good. It does often feel like there's a lot of games that kind of, you know, have variations to what RimWorld does. And Dwarf Fortress and that for that matter. But it feels like so many of them just kind of fall short. Like, they have, like, lots of good stuff going on, but then there's just, like, a lot of pain points. Which I guess I say then, I should also acknowledge the fact that RimWorld itself has a lot of pain points. Like caravanning in its entirety. Like, I don't like when I have to send a big caravan, I have to just split it up into like 5 smaller caravans before I send it. But that's still. They're complicated games. How's multi-level combat? Oh, like with altitude? I do know you get bonuses from... Like, I don't know if it's like range or damage or both or what. I do know you do get bonuses from taking an area, like being higher than your enemy and then shooting down at them. And there is cover and stuff like that. Which I do think I'd want to build a tower here. But right now we're just dealing with this. So you're still tending wounds. That's fine. Yeah, no, I'd say everything under this UI here, this UI needs to be improved, or this UI I would like to see improved. The overview UI, archers on walls like Kenshi, yeah. So definitely say the overview tab is a pain point. The giant list of just stuff. At least it does have where it links over, which is something that's missing from a lot of the games. But I would definitely like to see that UI be a little bit cleaner. I would say there's definitely times I go to tell my people to do stuff and then they don't, but I get no feedback as to why or that they did not do it. And I feel like that's kind of important. That, like, it's okay, like, if they don't do it for a reason. It just needs to be communicated to player, like, hey, I don't have what I need to bandage, or hey, I can't reach that person, or hey, versus just, never mind, walk away. And you have to guess. Is this still, I assume this is still early access. If it feels early access. What is your status going medieval? What are you considered? I assume you're still very early access. Yeah, it's early access. But yeah, like, it's not bad, but there's definitely pain points. Or like where the prompt has a negative, it just keeps donging every single time their mood goes up or down. It's all good. I definitely feel like it needs a little bit more time to cook. Did I fail to put one tile right here? There we go. Okay, we got people rebellious from bad mood. That's fine. We basically reset a bunch of our friend died penalties. Ah, yes. I think that's honestly why when I do mess with a lot of the other games in this genre, like, I'll end up playing for a while and have a good time, and a lot of times I'll find myself just going back to RimWorld. Because, like, I did, what were some of the other ones? Oh, good, we have multiple rebellious people, that's fine. There was Clan Folk I did for a little while, it had some interesting things, but, like, it was in a much rougher state than RimWorld and all that. Like, it had lots of pain points you had to kind of, like, fight your way around. Like, just, you know, it still feels very early access. Like, it's one of those things, I feel like hits a lot. And don't get me wrong, to be fair, when RimWorld first launched, it also had a lot of rough edges as well that had to be sorted out. But I don't know, like it at least felt like it was in a good playable state, like even with all its rough edges. Versus, like, I feel like I'm missing critical thinking. It could also be that just my expectations are higher. It's the classic with stuff like when they released the Kerbal Space Program update, and people were saying, oh, but, you know, remember Kerbal Space Program 1 launched in roughly as bad a state as Kerbal Space Program 2 is now. And my counter-argument is, right, but Kerbal Space Program 2 exists in a universe where Kerbal Space Program 1 exists. And from the consumer standpoint, then why would I buy Kerbal Space Program 2? And it's just kind of one of those things. Alright, we got another rebellious person. Penner says, Kerbal Space Program 2 is kind of a bad example for that, to be frank. As it is a new studio, and they're also rebuilding the engine from the ground up. But that doesn't change the fact that literally they're producing a game that is the exact same idea of a game, but it's a worse version of the game and its current form. It is one of those things you gotta consider from the consumer aspect. If I were to say right now I don't own either game, should you buy Kerbal Space Program 2 or 1? The answer is 1. Because 2 is just really not there yet. And that's my whole side of it. But, like, I get the dev side of it, but that's you as a dev working versus the consumer consuming. Like, it doesn't matter how passionate or how much effort or how much whatever you have, but ultimately, product-wise, there's the same thing. Yeah, and I'd say the same with the City Skylines. City Skylines 2 is really, really, you know, it's a lot of fun and all that, but between the two, like, you're competing these two products. You're competing against yourself, but your previous product is better than your current one. It is a very difficult thing to do. Alright, you need to be treated. There you go, you're already on it. But even it's not same studio. Like, if I release a game that is effectively a worse version of another game, it's really hard to succeed in that one. And that's me being super unfair. Because I actually say Going Medieval does a lot of different and interesting things that I don't believe it is the same game as, like, RimWorld or all those. Darkmare says, you have to be very careful in making a sequel. The consumer cares about... the community cares about this even if it's a lot of potential work. Confirmation that it will be better. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that as... And honestly, very genuinely, as a consumer, it is what you should care about. The product you ultimately receive, how good is it? Because we can talk about, like, what goes into making the product and all that, and there's certainly a lot of discussion to be had about that, and making sure you're being, you know, reasonable and kind and whatever to devs and not being a big jerk about things. But ultimately, there's also the side of, but right, ultimately, how good's the product? And that's not an end justifies the means thing of, oh, be awful, as long as your product's good, you know, you get a pass. That's not where I'm trying to go with that. It's more along the lines of, you know, you can have your story, whatever it might be, but if you're directly competing with an existing product, you either need to differentiate yourself or outperform them in whichever way. And again, this is not an example with Going Medieval, because Going Medieval is definitely differentiate itself from, like, RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress and those. But it's just kind of one of those things you run into with so many games that, like, you'll have, you know, the first version comes out and the second version, usually it's early access. When you have a sequel that releases in early access, and is like, you know, a continuation, expansion, or whatever to the ideas of the first, you are going to directly compare them. And then the issue is because you're using the early access model again in the second one, you're starting effectively farther back than your previous version. And that can be a real problem. It's also something that happens when they remaster and re-release games. I feel that's also very true. So like in the cases you have like, you re-release your older version of a game, and it's still like the older version of the game. You just, you know, you cleaned up textures or whatever, but then you go, okay, but you're re-releasing this game when you're competing with your modern version of this game that has like all the bells and whistles and quality of life and expansion and fidelity and all these things. I'm not saying they shouldn't do it, but it is one of those things that you have to like lower the price and do all those things and set expectations, because it's very definitely not going to be as strong of an offering. That's what happened with me with Story of Seasons. I went to play one of the Story of Seasons that was a re-release of one of their old games, and it was like, oh, I remember liking these games, but also I'm not really having a good time, because there was just so many quality of life things that have become standard in the genre over the years that were missing, that it was like genuinely frustrating to play. That you're like, why is it so impossible for me to get information from this game? And I remember loving those games when I was younger, but you get spoiled when you're playing games like Stardew Valley and Coral Island and Sunhaven and Potion Permit and the million Animal Crossing, the million other games in that genre, and then you go back to like one of the ones that started it all, and you're like, oh, like there's no place keeping track of any of this information for me in the game. There's no place in the game that teaches you how to do this thing. There's no game, you know, place in the game that has this information available. You know, fast travel isn't a thing. And you're just like, okay, hang on. Nostalgia tinted glasses, like rose tinted glasses and all that is certainly a thing. But also, my nostalgia is not worth that much. I've learned over the years when it comes to me playing games that I have a nostalgia for, that nostalgia really only goes, like, for a couple of hours, and then the game needs to be able to hold up on its own. It's one of the reasons I actually don't go back and play games I remember having really fond memories of in the past very often. Most of the time it's like, I remember why I liked this. Also, it's terrible by my current expectations. Like, playing Ultima Online a couple months back, like, just for a tiny bit, I was like, oh my god, this is so awful. I remember loving this game. But very seriously, ow, it hurts to go back to right now. It is not a good experience. The car again gets you like that every time. You were obsessed with those games when they came out, and now you can't play more than one race per year. Oh yeah, no, there's been a bunch. It's been the same thing, like going back to TV shows I remember loving as a kid and all that, and you go back, you go, wow, this is honestly not good. Not like judgment, like not judging like, oh, it was a product of its time, you know, the type of humor doesn't align. It's like, no, like the animation's pretty awful. The voice acting is really not great. The plots are thin and not particularly good. It's like, man, childhood me didn't know, just didn't know. Let's see, a lot of Futurama made you cringe when you rewatched it during the code look on. I haven't gone back to Futurama. There's definitely been shows I remember watching and then just going, you know what? I remember loving those jokes as a kid, but like it just, like because it was we talked about before, it was it the 90s? That like the 90s, early 2000s, a lot of that was like shock humor of just something being like bizarre. You know, the day of like, what was it, hamster in a blender, you know, the whole like mushroom snake kind of, or like badger, like all those kind of things. The happy tree friends. And a lot of those, you go to watch them nowadays, and they just, it just doesn't hit the same. And it's not like, oh, how could they? Like, you know, a very judgmental thing about being like, oh, how could they? This is so messed up. It's just literally your humor has changed over the years. And it's just one of those things that, like, your humor, as it's reached this point, you go back to where it was, you know, decades ago, and you're like, you know, like, I remember finding this funny, but, like, for me now, it's not really great. Oh, yeah, Seinfeld. Well, I mean, Seinfeld, like, you look at, I remember liking Seinfeld, but you really look at the characters, and they're all pretty awful. But it was that same kind of, like, cringe, shock humor. Like, you know, you've got, like, all the shenanigans they get up to. Like, even the characters that are, like, depicted in kind of a positive way, you're like, these people are terrible. These people are awful. Like, as in just jerks. And it won't even be, like, bad people. It'll be, like, Seinfeld, and I'm forgetting the lady's name, where they, like, straight up, like, take money from homeless people and stuff. You're like, this is terrible. And I guess, like, it hits closer to home, like, you realize people are like that, and so it being a joke doesn't land the same way. That said, it'd probably still be funny, but it's definitely one of those things you'd probably have, like, 1 or 2 episodes, like, alright, I need, like, a break or a detox from this. Okay. And Elizabeth Z is fortunately still alive, so I can barter. Oh, you won't even trade for those things. That's not super helpful. Do you have new seeds for me to plant? Like, types of seeds? I can't imagine we have them all already. Jesus, yeah, it was a pretty rough show. The only reason people liked to see how bad the characters were to make the audience laugh at the absurdity, feel better about them. Yeah, I mean, there's a certain amount of that. But it's just like the things they did, they were awful. But it's kind of one of those things that they, like, it was a deliberate thing that, like, the characters were genuinely awful people. Like, I want to say they take some lady's wheelchair in an episode, like, run off and do a bunch of stuff with it. And you're just like, nowadays, just like, oh my god, that's terrible. That poor lady would be just, like, stuck there the whole time. That's awful. And the worst thing is the show calls them out for being awful. Like, that's literally the ending of the show, if I remember, is they go to a court case, and, like, you have the 4 of them who are trying to defend themselves. They're just kind of going through a whole bunch of the awful things they've done over the years. And I want to say, don't they get, like, actually, like, thrown in prison in the canon of the show or whatever? Because of, like, all sorts of really egregious crimes they've committed over all the years. I think that was Seinfeld, that's how it ends, they all go to jail. That, like, the last episode or 2 is them going through court and just, you know, they committed so many what would have been, like, massive felonies throughout the story. Like, especially, what's the mailman in the show. Like, he was constantly doing stuff. I was like, that's a really serious felony, actually. Like, Kramer did all sorts of stuff. Yeah, and I remember that was, like, a whole big thing. Yeah, it was George. It was like Kramer was an instigator, but George was the one who was, like, the person who was the mailman. Because I remember they, like, they like basically stole the mail truck and were running a business out of the mail truck, traveling and like just shirking off the job and all that. And I think like part of it was, I think like Kramer like dumped the mail to make room or whatever. Like, it's like, that is some major levels of like tampering with the mail. And, you know, misuse of like federal equipment and all that. Man, there's a lot of shows that fall into that same one. At least that one had, like, you know, while the show the whole time while it was running was rough. But, like, at least at the end, you know, they did kind of, like, had the characters who, you know, you rooted for, sort of, have their upcomings for, like, being just awful people and, you know, getting their just desserts for it. Honestly, I could patch up these walls because of that ramp back there. They'd be able to deal with it. Yeah, there's a ton of shows like, you know, like that was just the type of the humor. I mean, that was the days of the show Jackass. That was the days of the like all the prank shows, like even having a prank show with Betty White. Now, granted, hers was usually fun because usually she was the butt of the joke. That she would just do whatever, like, silly, ridiculous stuff, but, you know, little sweet old lady. And that was just basically the shtick, is you know, sweet old lady, and, like, you know, pull down to, like, the big thing and have, like, the lightning, like, the fire print bandana and jump on the Harley and, like, go away or whatever. Or just, like, whatever ridiculous stuff they had her do. Just so, like, people be like, did I just seriously watch this, like, 80-year-old lady just do this? Hang on, like, I don't have a fever, right? Versus a lot of the prank shows got really, really awful. You know, like, literally, like, locking someone into a room and then pretending there had been a murder and the murderer was still in the house with them and, like, you know, the person wasn't in on it and everything. Like, those kind of shows, I'm like, man, those shouldn't be legal. Like, that's not a joke. That's trauma. Which you didn't see those happen after a while because cell phones became a thing. And lots of times the police got called. Alright, we're still just working on the moat around the outside. Yeah, it is interesting. Like, none of it is, like, people being more sensitive. That and people got trauma. Oh, yeah, no, there was lots of lawsuits that came out of the prank shows. So that was, a lot of those prank shows led to a lot of, places adopting stricter laws about, like, okay, it's not just you catch someone on camera and then say, hey, can I get permission to that? There's more context to it nowadays. That, like, obviously, like, if I'm just photographing a space and someone's in the background, I can be like, hey, can I just, you know, like, is it okay? Like, that's just, you know, common courtesy thing. But, like, if you were deliberately drawing someone in to be the subject matter and put them on camera and then ask permission, like, there's lots of limitations about how that works now. And a lot of that came out of that where, you know, people were subjected to all sorts of awful things and then say, hey, can we use this footage? And they're like, no, you can't use that footage. Like, no, I'm taking you to court. You can't use that footage. What, are you nuts? But yeah, I also feel like over time people started to recognize just how incredibly awful so many of those things were. I think part of that was actually like the there was like groups on YouTube who did like their entire prank things and like literally led to like the pranks they pulled like led to breaking families apart and divorces and, you know, people making really horrific financial decisions because they thought they'd won a bunch of money and like all sorts of like really awful life-damaging things. But, you know, it's just a prank, bro. And so I think like the tolerance for pranks is like just kind of faded. Because people started to recognize how harmful they can be. Like, don't get me wrong, you can have like a fun, like, you know, when I say victimless, like, not a big deal prank, and especially making sure, like, as long as everyone involved is, like, cool with that kind of thing. You know. But, like, even stuff that could be, like, so subtle, like tampering with food, then suddenly, you know, you have someone, you've accidentally given them something that they're horrifically allergic to and all those things, like, it happens, so people just started to realize, you know, what was seen as, like, victimless pranks aren't always so victimless. And just how many people lost jobs over a prank and all that kind of stuff. Because it's not like people are doing like little pranks like, haha, I splashed you with a water balloon. Haha, surprised, you're pranked. It was like stuff like letting the air out people's tires and be like, haha, prank. It's like, no, you just literally put this person's life in danger. That's not a prank. Jay says, it's just a broke rope. Made people stop tolerating rude and stupid behavior and such they used to before. It's just to be polite. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's just the whole thing. But that's not unusual. Like, people's sensibilities change over time. Like, society, what expectations change over time. Like, there's how many times you can go back and, like, look at stuff from, you know, the 19 teens and the 1930s and all that, and they have that label, it's like, yo, this is a product of our time, like, of its time, this stuff is awful, but we feel like it's important to, you know, show it in its original historic thing, which I actually think that's a, you know, it's something we should do, because it's good to recognize, like, look back in the mirror and say, hey, you know what? We've done some not great things. You know, we're smarter now, at least we hope, because if you didn't get smarter since the last time, that means you didn't learn enough. And to, like, look back, and you look at stuff that, like, came from, like, the 19-teens, and by, like, the 1930s and 40s, you're like, whoa. And then again, things from the 1930s and 1940s, you can get to, like, the 1960s, and again, they're just like, hang on, we don't do that anymore. That's not okay. And it's just kind of thing that moves forward. Because, I mean, you'd have stuff like the stuff they depicted in cartoons when you go back there. And you're like, oh my god. Like, that is super not okay on so many levels. History shouldn't be sanitized? Yeah, no, I mean, so there's two different sides to it. So I do feel like it is good to go back and be like, here is the history, like in its raw original form. We've recognized it's wrong, we recognize it's bad. Here is the reasons why, here's like things we've learned. Like, there is a value with that and we should maintain that. I also feel like probably not necessarily good to take some of that stuff that you recognize that that's bad outside of that historic context and just be like, yeah, but let's just put that up on, like, you know, let's just put up on the normal like, you know, prime time TV and just put that out there and be like, yeah, here, go watch this. It's like, okay, because there is still, like, the fact that it has these harmful stereotypes and all that kind of stuff. But again, there is the value for, like, the history thing. Like, I think it would be great, like, you know, for, like, museums to have it. I think it'd be great for channels when they have shows that are specifically trying to tackle these types of subjects. Be like, hey, we're going to have a show that is based around, like, or like a sequence that's, like, based around, like, depictions that used to be accepted that aren't now. And show it in its raw format and all that. I think you should still be able to have them available for using as learning material and all that. Like, I don't think they should be deleted or whatever. Like, they should exist and be archived and maintained and all that. But there's definitely a side of it going, okay, but if I go to a channel and like regularly they're showing that they just have like, it's almost like they have glued on the top of their channel. It's like, you know, this is a harmful depiction, you know, in its original form, like it was a product of time, and it's just like you get like burned in on your screen that it's on the top because they're just playing outside. It's like, all right, well now you're just playing it. Like there's definitely a balance to be had there. That's what I do agree. It should just be kept. It should just be kept and said, hey, this is a thing. We did it. You can see what we did. Here is if you're missing the context of why it's bad. Like, it's available for you to have. I do think there's lots of value in that. Because I do think literally just deleting it from existence is just begging to repeat those things.
Could happen.
Because like there are people who genuinely believe that we have never, and this is like we as in humanity, like we just don't have problems with any of that. Like that's just, you know, a thing that hasn't been around. It's like, no, it is. Like no matter where your sensibilities lie, you can keep going back. You'll find something that'll cross that line that you're like, okay, I'm not actually comfortable in that depiction. That makes me not feel okay. One would hope. Because they get wild the farther back you go. And they hit just about every demographic you can come up with. Like I will say a bunch of the founding fathers here in the US did not depict German people in very high light way back in the day. There were a few of them who had some pretty strong chips on their shoulders about people who were German. And you don't hear about it often that nowadays. Oh boy. Some of the things they said are like, nope. Can't say that out loud without, you know, really upsetting some people. Justifiably so. The gist of their complaints was that individuals coming over should assimilate to the culture, which the culture being depicted in that one was actually British culture here in the US. Yeah. Go far enough back, there's no real good guys in history, regardless of race. Yeah, well, everyone has skeletons in their closet. Now, some certainly have more skeleton closets. Some seem to be trying to collect the whole set. But, you know, people are fallible. We make mistakes. We do things that are good, bad, and otherwise. An important part of life is being able to look back and say, you know, hey, we messed up back then. And it doesn't even need to be something that was your fault or your responsibility even. Like, your responsibility is to learn from it, but it could be like, hey, I am from a place where bad things happened. I should be aware of those to help identify and prevent those from happening again. Just look across the doorway. Oh yeah, no, if you look at like what we did in the Revolutionary War as the US, we did terrible things. Like, we took every convention and said, nah. What? Don't attack people on holidays? Nah, we're doing that, absolutely. You don't get a day off. Yeah, nope, it's, There's a lot of stuff when you step back and you ignore the narrative and just take it at what is that, like, face value, and you're like, oh, wait a second. That was pretty messed up, actually. I'm wanting them to finish digging this spot. Is what I'm waiting to see. I want them to dig this spot so I can see the water work its way around. I have interest in seeing this. And I probably should just right-click them and make them do it. But I don't want to have to. Who is my digger? Mine... JD. Okay, well, I'm definitely not doing that. Because I right-clicked that for them to mine. He hit it like twice, and then he stopped. So he didn't finish the block. He just went tick, tick, Eh. Well, that was the thing. Like, it wasn't anything big like the Geneva Convention. There were conventions of war at the time of the Revolutionary War here in the U.S. And we just went no, and did what we wanted. And we get to play ourselves off as the good guys because we believed in the mission we were doing at the time. But it is what it is. I am noticing it doesn't seem like there's a good way to prevent... I mean, I guess I could put down cobblestone, but like we're growing these apple trees and they're like spreading out everywhere, which is fine. I think that's actually a cool mechanic. But I kind of wish I could like set this like these. Can I put the mouse? I kind of wish I could set like these tiles here and be like, hey, keep that clear. Like, you know, auto cut that area. I wish there was a thing we could do that. Like, I'm fine with them having to do the work to run over and chop down the tree or whatever. It's just one of those things I'm like, I don't want to go through the hassle of actually doing all that work. So once we get that done, I should be able to go through and mine that down and whatever. Oh, we're two tiles, not one. We're 2 tiles away from having that split. Where's JD now? Where are you at, JD? Oh, you're also our cook. That's right. We have 10 meals. It's fine. Yep, it's 3:30. 4 is usually wrap-up time. That's the reason I'm trying to manually take control. Keep mining it. I just want JD to pop this through because I want to see how the water flow works in this game. That's also the reason I slowed down time in case it's really fast. Not now, I'm busy. Okay, so it's just next tile. That's fair. So you have 1 archer. Is this Age of Empires? No, this is going medieval. You're not supposed to run that way. That's not what I planned. And we will go downstairs. Are you just gonna let me shoot at you? All right. Okay, so for all of you, shoot them. They're the only ones who can shoot back up at us. I like how that guy's not even hitting the right door. Okay, they breached the wall. And there's a dev console because this is an experimental branch. Okay, they did destroy a door. Keep shooting? No? Alright, deal with them. You can all get out of here. What? Why are you not attacking? Yeah, so the combat's a little not amazing. That's fine, whatever. We're literally falling around just poking at him and not doing anything at all. Okay, so once again they've destroyed our food prep spot. This might be a mistake. I don't know if we can actually do this in here, but I'm just gonna put the fire inside the building and just see what happens if we burn down everything. You know, that's a way to go out in a blaze of glory. They have the pyre. I'm kind of getting annoyed with them destroying the pyre again and again. They did destroy the door down here. And where was the pyre? Are you still running around out there? Okay. Okay, I can put the door here. And then we go up. Do I need to put that here first? Okay. Because we'll just see what happens with this. Give myself as much of an altitude advantage as we can. And I'm assuming I'll have to make like scaffolding or something to make it so I could build the whole thing. But that's fine. I just kind of want to see what the limits are. It goes up to 16 high, so I'm assuming we'll get, you know, pretty high, and it'll be like, nah, you're at the top. Hey, Night Dweller, how's it going? We can go ahead and just keep building. Tower of Babel, basically. That's sure give me time to wake up. Soon to be followed by the Scaffold of Babel. You guys know Twitch added 106 level training mode, hype training mode. Oh no. They just want to keep like encouraging people like hit the max again and again. Because you can imagine where Private Software hit that. Like, that was a bunch of money Twitch made in that moment. Also a bunch of money that Pirate Software made in that moment. Like, you know, and good for all of them. But it was, like, that was a serious payday. Highest point reached. Can't place buildings this high. Okay, so basically I can't build what I need to make this an effective position this high, so I gotta take it down one notch. Okay. And the only reason I'm not using the select thing is I'm too worried I'm going to select the blocks below it and then just delete a chunk out of the whole thing and have to redo it. I can go here. Yeah, so that's how high I can build. So I can have that tower like looming way above. Oh, no, just an emote for everyone who participated in the world record hype train. So level 100 is still the top level. Gotcha. Cool, cool. All right. You were there for it too? Nice. I'm also curious if we get someone way up there, what kind of range we'll get. And I see... we missed spots there. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so we've got a defensive position here we can fight from. We show the roofs. This is what like the actual city looks like. Animals are hungry. Look. I don't really care. In fact, being honest, there's a lot of you. And I feel like there could be less of you. So that's going to be a thing that's going to happen. It's weird they hit that, and it's marking like this one is, that's whatever. We've got 2 of them. Gonna knock down a number of the goats. There's just more and more wolves showing up on the map, and I need to deal with it. Lone Traveler, who's a merchant, so we'll have that going. Hey, Siomega, how's it going? It's hard to tell with the list of that hype emote, though, so it's still unlockable. Probably still unlockable? Yeah. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Did I not get the follow alert to that? I'll have to double check my alerts. I thought I did. Let's see, is the stream or game a bit framey, or is it on your end? I think it's on your end. I'm not dropping any frames, and the game seems to be running fine. Well, if you're exhausted, go to sleep. Because part of what I'm thinking about this is I could be on top of here shooting down. Now, if they start collapsing the wall, that's a problem. But if they were to run in, bust that down, that's a hollow shot. I think we'd actually be able to have our people stand here and shoot the arrows down at the people coming up. And in theory, that should work out. Yeah, so we got all our individual houses. We've got our like general supply room. We've got what was our production room. Is not just kind of sitting there. The camera's smooth for you, but the game does get framey. When Rual is a view, not a ton though. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. The game definitely feels like it's lacking in the polish department. But it's early access, so that's not super surprising. I think part of it is all the transparencies here are not helping. That's okay. Eventually we'll just build it and it'll be fine. And you're mining where? Okay, you can swim through that. That's good to know. I was just wondering where JD was and working on stuff. I've been doing pretty good. Been dealing with a lot lately of just not sure what I want to play on the stream on any given day, because like it's just, you know, waiting for RimWorld's DLC to drop. Feeling a bit like Kenchi's getting to that point where it's been around so much that starting to see like people trying to, you know, starting to dip on watching Kenchi. So it's just kind of like, you know, it's literally been the most played game for like the last 2 months. That's like, all right, it's probably time not to like stop Kenchi entirely, but to calm down on Kenchi a little bit. But it's been trying to figure out what I want to do instead has been the real difficulty. Kenchi is a game that on Twitch does this. It's like completely dead. It shoots up, goes like a little while, and it comes right back down until like the next time that it suddenly shoots up out of nowhere again. That's just Kenchi's existence. It's also a game that every single time I play it on the channel, like other than this last time, usually only get like 3, 4, 5 streams. And then you just watch the viewership go like from like it gets good viewership and then it just drops. This one, it's not gone that way. It's been like a very, very slow burn down lately. That it had higher viewership, but now it's like slowly working its way down. Which is part of the reason I'm like, oh, it's time to start rapping. When you start actively noticing the viewership declining on a game, on your like not on Twitch but on your channel, it's like, ah, I see. People are getting tired of it. I understand. And we are making our tower. Surprised I didn't just finish that spot. It's fine. But yeah, I will say that the castle here well, I mean the whatever you want to say, the holdings here. Let's see, the dwarf, the 3-dimensional of this game feels very Dwarf Fortress. Are the lizard physics fully simulated? It feels like it's sort of like where it just kind of spreads the tiles next to it is the way it appears. I don't know how smart it is. My understanding is the water mechanics are relatively new to the game. And I've only really been able to like experiment with like moving it around once or twice. It definitely doesn't have the depth of Dwarf Fortress, though. Like, that I could say with complete confidence. Like, it doesn't have, like, the in-depth storytelling or any of that kind of stuff. I actually wonder if I can put the extra layer there just to have it more dependent. Yeah, because with that, I should have the entire perimeter than that one spot in the back closed up. It seems that either there is water in the tile, or there is not water in the tile. That's what I was thinking, is that I think what it does is say, like, this tile is water, then what it would do is it would spread, like, if this is open, it would spread the next tile, then the next tile. You get the idea? Because it did seem to just advance one tile at a time, but didn't, like, slowly fill or anything. It just, like, you know, it's like Minecraft, where it kind of just, like, spread, then spread, then spread, then spread, till, like, it, you know, whatever limiting thing. It just doesn't, like, do the Minecraft thing where it, like, slowly comes to a slope, whatever. Do you know why Dwarf Fortress does not strike me as your kind of game? Because I actually really don't like Dwarf Fortress. Like, it's just, for me, I love the idea of Dwarf Fortress. I love the storytelling. I love how you can kind of build up these things where everything can tie together and all that. That all appeals to me incredibly. But, and it's a big but, I just can't get behind the state of the UI. Like, it is a very obtuse game. And so for me, it's one of those things that, like, I've said, because I actually bought it. It's one of the only games I've ever refunded on Steam. That I bought the game and I'm like, I'm sorry. For as much as I paid, like, I can't accept the state of this UI. Like, I just can't. And so, it is one of those things that I would love for the devs behind Dwarf Fortress to, like, hire a person who specializes in UI UX and be like, here is our game. You have like 5-6 months. Like, you know, make it nice. Obviously, in reality, they would work with the developers and all that sort of stuff. But, you know, just make it better, kind of thing. Like, just make it as good as it can be. Like, you have free reign to do whatever you got to do to get there. You know, obviously you wouldn't want to delete a bunch of functionality and all that kind of stuff. But I feel like if they were just, you know, kind of handed that over and just let them have at it, it could be a whole big thing. Because UI has never been a strong suit for Dwarf Fortress. Because considering, like, back when it started, it was using ASCII characters. But that was already a point where we had, like, really nice 2D interfaces and all that. Let's see. 6 months in Dwarf Fortress update cycle is like 1 day. Are you saying they update often, or sorry, I'm not. All right. Game's been in development since 2004? Yeah, like, I don't remember exactly when Dwarf Fortress started, but it was one of those things. Yeah, people are very patient in the Dwarf Fortress community. Oh yeah, no, that's fine. Like, that's absolutely fine. Like, I'm all down for it's ready when it's ready. My bigger point was just that, you know, whatever amount of time being like, hey, just UI it up. But my point was, at the time that the game was... Oh, that's a character limit. It'll just be Cookie for now, I guess. But like, at the time the Dwarf Fortress's inception, its UI was already like 20 years behind. And I get it, like, it was just the way it was. Mandark says, you always remember the Valheim Steam page, and its release date was when Thor is pleased. Yeah, but I'm like on board. Like, that's the same way Project Zomboid's development cycle is. Like, you know what? It was, like, it'll be ready when it's ready. Terraria's the same way. Stardew's the same way, for that matter. They'll sit there, and both those devs will just, in the background, just work on their game, work on their game, work on their game. You know, you might get little snippets here and there of something happening, but a lot of times they stay fairly radio silent until it's, like, right at the end. And, like, Rimworld is the same way, where it's fairly quiet while it's doing its updates. And then when it's not till it's like, just a couple weeks off where they're doing like that last spit polish, they'll be like, oh yeah, by the way, here comes a big update for you. And I think that's the best way to do it. Because one, it manages the expectations better. Because when you start hyping something up and then you have to delay it, or, it doesn't meet up expectations and all that stuff, and, you drag it out, you run in that's for the Valheim thing, I think my big issue with Valheim is for as long as it's taking for them to develop and how the early access has gone, by the time I get back to it, I'm not going to be interested into it. I'm already in that point. I played the crap out of then. And that's an early access problem, not an update problem. But, there's so many of these games like Terraria and all that where you expect, you don't expect an update at all. And then they're like, oh, by the way, we just doubled your content. And you're like, you did what now? Wait, what? How much do I have to pay for this? They're like, oh no, it's just free. It's fine. Which, for the record, has ruined so many people when it comes to expectations that are reasonable for developers. That there's so many people who just expect the next, they want a game that they paid $20 for to be updated forever. It's it's cool that Terraria and Minecraft and Stardew Valley have been able to do these kinds of things, but in for the most part of the world, a lot of games are not going to pull up nearly that kind of money that they can survive by just doing free updates forever. And there's certainly exceptions. And there's no obligations for devs to do that as well. Let's see, release date for Dwarf Fortress on Steam. It was a time is subjective. Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. Yep. Yeah, but I can absolutely get behind the it's ready when it's ready philosophy, because the alternative is they sit there and go, it'll be ready, on June 15th next year, and you'd be like, oh man, I'm so excited for it. And then it comes out and it's a buggy mess because, they got to crunch and they tried to do it anyways, and so people started cutting corners because, they had a deadline to hit, and then you get something you're just not happy with. And sometimes you don't get why people want them to rush. If a game you like, it's a new game every update. I never want your favorite games except for 7 Days to Die, just due to optimization. So it is one of those things that there's a lot of people who just want more content. They don't care what the process is. That's irrelevant to them. That all they care about is they have the game they love, they played it, and they want more of it. And then you're basically when do I get more of it? I don't know. Well, I want better. Well, that's what you're gonna get. That's the whole thing. A lot of people don't care. A lot of people, it's when you go to a restaurant, they don't care what happens in the kitchen to get your food. They don't care that there's 30 steps to making your meal. All they care is they walked in, they said, I want, you gave, and then they gave you money. But in the way of games and all that, where they have that, they want that instant gratification of, I want my game update. Why isn't it here yet? It's just it's just not how it works, man. These people need time to make it happen. Let's see, studios with $100,000 per month in employee wages on the other hand. Yeah, well, it's not even indie studios, because you look at the vast majority of indie studios. The vast majority of indie studios do not honestly, if we're gonna be strictly raw numbers, the vast majority of people who go to indie game never sell a copy. They don't get to the finish line. They never sell a single copy. 100% that money just burned. And then you move it in, the line in, we say, okay, well, let's forget all the ones that just never made it. They release their game on Steam, and they sell less than 50 copies. And again, they lost money. Unless it's some, real cheap shovelware, they lost money. And so, okay, but then you move it in, and you're all right, well, we've already eliminated, 95% of games produced, if not more. And then you bring it in there, and you go, okay, well, you sold, 200-300 copies. All right. They probably still lost money, but they're on that fence that they might have made money. They might go to Taco Bell to celebrate using their entire earnings. They might hit that point. And then you get the ones where they go, okay, well, you broke 2,000. All right, you made money. Congratulations. You have beaten 99.9% or so of game devs, that indie game devs, by just literally turning any kind of profit, you have beaten the vast majority of people who go into indie game dev. There is a reason, and this is like a statistic from like 2007 or something like that, that it was the average salary for an indie game dev, and it was something like $13,000. Hey Simcopter, how's it going? And I know Taco Bell, like the most prestigious and wonderful of places, right? Definitely not mid. I actually enjoy Taco Bell. Now, my stance is I do accept that Taco Bell food is like we're talking a solid C to D quality wise, but it tastes good with the sauce. So you know. That's why you're there. You're not there for things you feel good about in the morning. You're there because of taste. For those who don't know, Simcopter1, absolutely fantastic creator on the platform. I'm just trying to get the shout out. Oh my god, I can't type. What is wrong with me? Why? Oh, I see what's happening. It helps if your hand does not scoot over one key. Alright, so shout out for Simcopter1. For those who don't know, Simcopter1, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. 100% recommend. Been playing a lot of Stardew Valley recently, so if you're looking for more slice of life Stardew Valley good times over there, fantastic. But does play a lot of simulation and strategies type games. So if those sound good to you as well, definitely check them out. Yeah, sounds like the average streamer wage. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I honestly, you know what? If we're talking not raw numbers, because raw numbers, I think more people try to content create than try to indie dev nowadays. And I could be wholly wrong on that. But ratio-wise, I actually think indie game devs might have it worse for people who start and never... Well, I don't actually know. It's definitely a creative pursuit that has a time investment in it, like very significant time investment in it. Of which the vast majority will never see success. And there's a whole bunch of reasons. A bunch of them are self-inflicted things, like they just don't approach it strategically. They just copy what someone else does without thinking about, like, does this add value? Does this? Like, there's plenty of valid reasons why a lot of them don't succeed. A lot of them don't succeed because they start and then they stop and then they don't get anywhere because they bail too early. There's plenty of reasons for all that. But even if you play all your cards right, like, there's no guarantees. Let's see. You're vegetarian compared to other fast food. Taco Bell's menu is varied, nutritious, and high quality without being super expensive for fast food. Like, Wendy's, you can get a potato or you can get fries and a shake at most places. Taco Bell, you can get a meal. Yeah, I still would call hot taco, like, look, I love Taco Bell. I don't think I would go calling it high quality. Nutritious probably depends heavily on what you're getting. I know the things I get at Taco Bell. Calling it nutritious would be an ambitious claim. I did, like, they used to have, what do they call them, like the Catalina burrito bowls or whatever, and those actually looked like they're pretty solid. We're all here chugging nacho cheese. Nah, I usually get like a couple of soft tacos and all that. But you get your soft tacos, it's meat, cheese, tortilla shell, and if you look closely, you might find a slight, like a little bit of lettuce in there. You wanted more than that? That's too bad. That's not part of it. You wanted tomato? I'm sorry. That's a taco supreme. And that's just a thing that came from, like, me being a kid. I had an uncle who was super duper into Rocky and Bullwinkle. Like, super duper into Rocky and Bullwinkle. And Taco Bell had this promotion where you could get, like, all this, like, Rocky and Bullwinkle merchandise and toys and all that. And because we were trying to get all of it for him, the amount of tacos I ate, I don't even want to think about. It was a problem. A problem I as a child was enjoying, but also still a problem. Scarred by tacos. Ah, man, there was times I sat down and ate like 12, 15 tacos, and you do not feel right after that. It's, a lot of tacos. Alright, JD, I want to see some science going on here. I want another proper look at how this water moves. Here, let's actually do this one first, so I can get as much. Taco Bell has improved in the last 5 years, but yeah. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, it's definitely not amazing. Because, like, for example, you'll notice in most places, Taco Bell beef tacos are called Taco Bell beefy tacos with a Y. That's because they don't have enough beef in their beef to count as a beef taco in a lot of places. And it's not something nefarious like some, like, amalgamation of chemicals or terrifying. It's corn. It's corn and wheat. And, like, that's what's else in there. But, like, there's nothing nefarious. It's just cheap. That's what it is. Yeah, so if you look at this, it's just moving one square and it's touching, like, if we see this is the square that has water, it touches the square next to it there and there. That fills in, which then goes there, then there. That fills in, that goes there, then there. So it's just kind of thing. Luckily I have nothing. That was a scandal in your high school. Oh yeah, they've had actually 2 or 3 different scandals related to the meat they had in their stuff. And again, none of it was like nefarious, awful, oh my god, what's in the Taco Bell meat? It was just corn filler. It's just sad because, like, to be a beef taco, it has to be at least 13% beef. And you're like, wait, and they missed it? That percent's not what it was. But it's like in the teens, you're like, what? And they didn't hit that? What is in there? And I was like, oh yeah, it's just like corn and like flour and wheat. It's fine. Oh, the pink slime was McDonald's chicken nuggets. The pink slime was McDonald's chicken nuggets. Because the process they use to make their chicken nuggets, they have the equipment that they process everything, and they just shred the chicken up, and it looks like soft-served ice cream. It's one of those things you don't think about if you're gonna eat it. Because it truly looks pretty repulsive. I got in a conversation with a coworker, and I can't remember what it was, and, yeah, mechanically separated chicken. And the coworker was arguing with me that, like, a chicken nugget you get at McDonald's was, like, literally they just, like, cut out a piece of chicken breast. And it's like, you do understand that a chicken breast does not look like the state of Michigan, right? We can both agree here that chicken breast natural shape is not a hand. Hopefully we could agree, or a boot, or whatever the other shapes are. And he got really upset about it, like really upset. And I remember the comment I made to him. He's like, it is real chicken, and my response is, yes, but not in its original configuration. Which had a number of my coworkers in tears laughing. I feel bad because he was really upset. But, I mean, it's not like they're taking, like, you know, chicken breast and then slicing it up and then breading it. That's just not what a chicken nugget is. It's basically, effectively, they're shredding it into a very fine shred and then putting it into a mold, cooking that, and then breading it. Or I don't know, I imagine they have to cook it first if it's like that slurry. Now, chicken tenders are a different story. As a person, nah, it's just, he didn't think about it. It was one of those things that after a while he thought about and was like, oh yeah, no, you're right. It just, in the moment he got on the defensive and he wasn't thinking through it too. Yeah, it's just, that can happen. It's one of the things, so when I do software dev, we have to do code reviews. And that is a very difficult thing to deal with. it's very easy for a person to have difficulty separating their work from themselves. So you can do a code review and be like, hey, you know, it's very easy to say, hey, you did this wrong there. Even if it's like legitimately wrong, like you did this wrong there, you're gonna almost instantly put someone on the defensive. Even if, which usually in software it's not as easy as right and wrong kind of thing, even if it is objectively incorrect, they like open a connection and they forgot to close it, and you go, hey, you messed up, you forgot to get close the connection here. Understandably, the person's like, I didn't, like, they puts them on the defensive because it's as if you are questioning their competency, even though like these are mistakes. Literally everyone does it. So you learn how to actually talk to people, being like, hey, I'm just curious. I don't see where we're closing this. Because then instead of like being an accusation against them kind of thing, you're like, oh, you're right, I missed it. But because it doesn't have like that kind of targeted approach to it, like, hey, you messed up, rather you're trying to recognize like, hey, there is a thing missing here. There's a whole way of like getting your critiques. Like it is a whole science to making sure you're not putting people into a position where you feel like you're judging them and that kind of stuff. And it is not an easy thing to do. It says, the situation of chicken nuggets resembles a time-traveling chicken with its atoms misaligned upon arrival. Yeah, that was just the whole... it was the whole him being like, it is real chicken. I'm like, yes, but not in its original configuration. That was just the one-liner that came out in the moment. And... yeah. But yeah. No, it's a whole thing. And to be fair, like, I was frustrated at that point. Because he was basically telling me I was full of crap. And that, annoyed me. Because like, it's one thing is like, I don't think you're right. Sure, that's fine. But like, he was kind of being a butt about it, and I didn't respond in the best way. But yeah, no, the tower we were building here is because the game does factor in height for range and all that. So, we just went to the absolute max it would, and we had to retreat at one so we could actually put the cover spots. So we basically made this as high as we can, and then this is our one door in. And so the idea is this should be able to cover all the way out to somewhere in this park, I would guess. So at the moment the people get in the area, we're just raining arrows down on them. Because this actually worked pretty well, but a little bit more limited range than this. I actually debated, it's probably better to like about halfway up switch over to wood, because they're not going to be hitting that, they'll be hitting the stone on the bottom. There's not really a reason. I could be wrong, and maybe there's catapults later. There probably is. And we got ourselves a little moat, a little wall. I am worried that the enemy will just be able to like go into the water, walk over there, and then hit the wall anyways, because video game logic. As opposed to real life, you trying to sit in the water and like bang on the wall, you're gonna do literally nothing. You got no leverage. We've got our quarry that is being quarried. As quarry do. Okay, oh, at some point I showed those again. But yeah, no, I'm liking this game. The big issue is there's quite a few things that's like, that needs a little more work. It's burning sun. Have you made your base completely isolated yet? Not quite. I got like this little spot right here. Just a little spot right there that we're working on. And then we'll have the moat. I have noticed they can swim in the water. It's like, it's me, I guess. Yep. So we can go over here. The only reason I'm not continuing that spot is I want to get that spot in the corner. I need to be at this height to do it. So if I mine those two tiles, I can't reach that. With that said, it is getting to be about that time. So I do appreciate everyone tuning in, but it is going to be about that time that we go find someone to raid and all that good stuff. But I do appreciate everyone popping in, so you won't spoil it, but there's something different happens if your base is otherwise unreachable. Oh, I mean, well, I'm keeping a bridge and all that connection. Yeah, no, it wouldn't surprise me if they just start smashing holes in your walls and all that. It wouldn't surprise me at all if they have a system of dealing with it. Or even something like they show up, that they surprise you in your town or whatever. All that said, but yeah, so I have enjoyed the game. I don't know if I'm gonna play more of it right now. I might wait for a couple more major updates and all that kind of stuff. There's just a lot of pain points. I'd like to wait till it's in better shape. The combat's a little janky. And then there's just things like when we were bandaging a person and your character would like walk up, they would stand up, sit down, and nothing would happen. Then stand up, sit down, and nothing would happen, and then bleed out after 10 minutes of being like, why they're not bandaging, and no feedback from the game whatsoever. So there's some pain points that's like early access stuff that I think I'd rather wait till it's farther along for that. And also being able to clean this crap up easier. But with all that said, what I'm going to do is I am going to save it just in case I do come back to it. But for those watching on TikTok and YouTube, because I do stream on TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch, TikTok and YouTube, you're just going to be kind of shut down because there's no such thing as rating over there. So thank you so much for watching and all that stuff. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and follow and all that kind of good stuff. In the meantime, we're going to go to our ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid on. So I do appreciate everyone tuning in. I will be back tomorrow at around 7 p.m. Eastern U.S. time. I do not know what we'll be playing tomorrow.